And the brave Parnell, and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Chat, we are so back. How's it going, everybody? Second day in a row that I've streamed, which is good. I mean, technically it's 3 because Red Planet is a stream, you know, even though I don't have to do any of the, like, you know, same stuff. Like, Conrad is the guy that does all the OBS stuff and what have you, you know? But still, you got to do, like, an amount of presentation, an amount of preparation. But it's the second day of me streaming on my own. And Tuesday, like over the last couple of months, Tuesday has been one of the worst days. I don't know why that is. I guess it's just how fatigue works. Post-viral fatigue, particularly. But I'm okay today. Like, I'm definitely more fatigue tired. Like, I've had little, like, dribs and drabs of, like, fatigue, like, come at me, like, throughout the day. Like, I went out to do some shopping today, and then obviously after that I was feeling a little tired, so, you know, sat down, and then I'm feeling good again. Yeah, just very interesting how it all works. But again, Shafiq, our wonderful mod, Shafiq, like, thank you so much for all the advice. It's really, really helped. I don't think I would have recovered as well as I have been if it wasn't for your advice, which is also, like, advice from, like, one of your friends as well. So thank you to that friend, by extension. But yeah, I'm feeling good, chat. I'm feeling loads better. Yeah, I'm excited to bring to you a horrific stream today. I knew there was something that I hadn't done. Nobody donate. Nobody donate. Stop what you're doing. Yes, I'm finding myself recovering quicker as well, Shafiq. Yeah, so, like, I don't even need to lie down anymore. You know, like, I would normally, like, lie down and go to bed if I was, like, feeling like, oh yeah, I should, you know, I should like stop doing stuff right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm still spending a lot of time lying down. Like, I'm going to bed very, very early in terms of, like, you know, before I'm actually, like, ready to sleep, you know, so I think that is helping too. But hey, I got no problem with that, you know? I got no problem with that. Right, listen, nobody donate. Nobody fucking donate. I can see you're all ready to donate for the first dono of the month, but don't do it because the widget is not ready yet. I tell you what, while I'm sorting out the widget, let me say hello to everybody in the chat. We got Hell to Pay, we got Adorable 69, we got Awesome O'Greeb, we got Sweet Shafiq, we got Nada161, we've got Prince Infidel, we got Jojo Nora, hello, and we've got Peanut Butter Princess. How are you doing? Could I get a shout out for Jojo Nora, please? How you doing? How's everybody doing? How's your day been? What have you been up to? If I missed you yesterday, what were you up to yesterday? How was your weekend? What's going on? All right, let me just fiddle with this real quick. August living cost goal. Hey B-Rat, how are you doing? What's good? Oh, you're doing Dark Souls Remastered. Wait, are you doing some speed runs at the minute? Sub off Twitch. There we go. Cool. So, you know the score, chat. Get me to 450. And we unlock double feature movie night for this month. Get me to 900. And I'm still rolling over the Gnome cosplay DJ stream, where I'm going to be playing some Gnome Core tracks. So, what is that? 8th, 30, 2023. That's when that finishes. Struggling hard with work this week and stressed, super tired today, even after going to bed early. I'm so sorry to hear that, PBP. I know, like, exactly how that feels, what with having this fucking fatigue over the last couple of months as well. So, like, I'm fully, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, PBP. So, yeah. Jojo says I'm doing some casual runs to get more used to things. I'm going to focus more on projects once I move, which should be at the end of the month. I am so happy for you that you're getting out of that horrible state. And at the same time, I'm so sorry that you're having to leave somewhere that you've obviously been for a long time. Nobody should have to do that.
Hello, me old chum.
That's another YouTube subscriber right there. Still don't know why that happens, but I'll figure it all out. Awesome-o! Oh my goodness. Awesome-o. She's straight in with the 1312. Thank you so much for kicking us off, getting us started. And 1312 is a nice number. We could just all put that number in the chat, couldn't we? If you so see fit. Yeah, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Yeah, where am I up to? I had a really good workout yesterday. Did some cardio and I walked home afterwards. I am fucking proud of you, Shafiq. That sounds incredible. Good news. Cheers, everybody. Ooh, okay. I applied some part-time remote work yesterday to see if I could get a second job to make finances work. Oh, God, yeah. I'm sorry that you're having to do that as well, honestly. So horrific how hard it is for everyone nowadays, you know? 1312 is my favorite non-prime number. I didn't know that it was non-prime. I don't know anything about prime numbers, unfortunately, because I'm bad at maths. I've got dyscalculia in it, so yeah. I wouldn't like to move out of the US, but I need to take care of myself, and moving somewhere more aligned with my values is self-care. Yes. So you're moving out of the US entirely? I feel like you said you were moving to Germany. I might have made that up. But yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that's going to do very good things for your health, mental, good well-being, fulfillment. Yeah, you are moving to Germany. Yeah, I thought you were. Yeah, near Cologne. Holy shit. Mr. Dank, hello. How are you doing? It's good to see you. What's up? What can I say to you about today? I've not really got much to say. I mean, I went to Wilco. Like I said, I went shopping. I went to Wilco and I got some big dishes for my plants so that they can drink water from underneath. I don't know if you know about this technique, but you have a pot and then you put it in a dish and it's like a big wide brimmed and high sided dish. I don't know how he would describe it. It's a bowl. It's like a bowl, but a dish. It's like a deep pan pizza thing. I'm really obsessed with deep pan pizza at the minute. I think I'm going to try and make one because I haven't had a Chicago town deep pan pizza since I was like maybe, I don't know, 17 years old, right? So like fucking 15 years ago or some shit. 16 or 15 years ago. And oh my god, I want that. I want that so bad. Pizza from my home, yeah. I want to check out a deep pan pizza. You know? It's good because you can have proper drainage and still have some water at the bottom. Well, it's not necessarily for that. It's to prevent fungus from forming in the soil. So I'm putting the water in the bowl, and then the roots suck it up like that, basically. Nada 161 with the weed amount. I can't believe it. Thank you so much, Nada. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mark Salmons, how you doing? Welcome in. My plants have been doing so much better since I put in the water on their dishes. Yes! Absolutely. It'll stop all that fungus from going on, yeah, and shit like that. I'm still desperately trying, chat, to get my capsicum pepper plant to pollinate. I've tried cotton wool buds, Q-tips for the Americans, and I've also tried a little paintbrush today. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if it will go, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Put water in the dish for your catnip plant. That one is thirsty. It's crazy because sometimes you'll like put the water in and you'll look away and then 5 minutes later it's gone like it's all been sucked up. Love that shit. Hey Middle-earth Marxist, how you doing? Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I got like some of the worst shit for us today. I got just some of the worst content you've ever seen in your entire life. I can't wait to watch it with you. Chat, what we're doing today, in case you couldn't tell from my tweets and my go live notifications in the Discord and all that, or even the title of the stream, is we are gonna watch. So today, basically, I just thought we were gonna like watch some standard content today. You know what I mean? Some standard leftist content, and we may have time to do that later. I'm not sure. But what happened to me today was, so there's this friend of mine that I've met in person. She's absolutely wonderful. She used to stream. She doesn't do so much nowadays. I don't think she streams too much nowadays, but she's a delightful person. And years and years and years ago, when I met her, she was telling me about her sister, and her sister is this person that like does all this cool stuff. And so I was like, oh, I'll follow her. All right, cool. And so I followed her for years and years. And then today, out of nowhere, she's posting about this like great reset stuff and going like, oh my god, I can't believe my mind has been opened by this. I can't believe it. It's all right there for us to see, and none of us are looking at it. And it's all this stuff about the World Economic Forum, and it's all this stuff about removing gendered language, and it's all this stuff about you'll own nothing and be happy. And it's like, okay, so what you've done is you've watched a right-wing conspiracy video. That's what's happened. And I told her that, and she was like, you're wrong. And I said, well, actually, I don't know if you know, but I'm a political streamer, I'm an activist, I'm a commentator on politics and stuff, and this is absolutely a right-wing documentary. That's what's happened. You know, the real conspiracy is capitalism. It's not like a secret cabal of Jews or transgender people. Like, it's not that, right? And she said, you should just watch the full documentary. And I said, okay, then. I will. I'll watch it on stream tonight, and I'll get back to you. But unfortunately, she blocked me. So I had to ask my friend. I told my friend about this. I said, look, I'm really sorry. This has happened. And your sister's blocked me. So I wonder if you could possibly, like, get me this link for this video, because I want to watch it on stream tonight. And she did. So thank you so much if you're watching this. But yeah, it's, oh my God. I just couldn't believe it, because, you know, I didn't want to, like, you know, annoy her and be like, you're a terrible person, you're a piece of shit, etc., etc. I just wanted to be like, this kind of stuff enables fascists. And if you're out there just like willy-nilly not thinking about it and just saying all this stuff, you know, about gendered language and this kind of stuff, you're actually doing what they want you to do, but on a small scale, right? So I actually wanted to like send her the VOD of this stream so that she could watch it and be like, oh right, okay, I see what you're saying. But I guess not, because yeah, she just straight up blocked me. So that's that. Yeah, our minds are gonna be blown. Our minds are gonna be blown. So that's what we're doing today, chat. I also used a small paintbrush for chili flowers with great success. So my chili plants are fine. These are capsicum pepper flowers, so I don't know if there's any difference. Do you know what I mean? Plot twist, the World Economic Forum is just a weird little guy in the forest. Well, look, the thing about the World Economic Forum is that, as most people know, it's capitalism, isn't it? It's capitalists and billionaires and all that. But there's a lot of stuff in this documentary about things like, one of the clips that she shared was about like China's social credit system. You know, the thing that we don't have, because in our countries we're free, aren't we? You don't have that. You know, and you know, you can Google something and find out all about that. Just Google, you know, credit score. What is my credit score? And you can find out if that exists for us or not, and you'll find out it's just simply not true. I'm being sarcastic in case anyone can't tell. Big Moon, my aunt sent me a World Day Against Human Trafficking campaign, and I may have instantly had to point out the NGO behind the campaign was run by a swerve evangelical linked to Australia's most corrupt PM ever, Scott Morrison. Yeah, like, look, here's the thing, chat, right, is that right-wingers, conspiracy theorists, fascists, and all that stuff, they're desperately trying to say, you know, we've got to save the children, the left is harming our children, and blah, 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 and stuff like that. And the thing that we should do is we should meet them in a way with that and say, we're also against the, you know, enslavement of children, abuse of children and stuff like that. So we agree with you. We don't want any stuff like that to happen, but we're not actually doing any of that. It's actually like, you know, people in power, religious hierophants, you know, not even hierophants, just like priests, you know, people with a lot of money, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, it's all that stuff. Like, if you really desperately want to tackle that stuff, we're right there with you. We're actually right there with you. And you'll soon enough filter out the people who actually give a shit about that stuff and the people who just want to use it as an excuse to be a Nazi. You know? Hey, Detective Ken, how's it going? Welcome in. Hey, Animaniac, how's it going? Welcome in. Good to see you. What's good? What's good? So yeah, that's what we're going to be checking out today. So, you know, I understand if people are a little bit fraught, a little bit filled with dread about what we're going to see. And that's why we have a very special fun thing to do while we're playing this. Now, this isn't like Trash Bingus, right? It's not like Trash Bingus. You're not going to win anything because nobody wins anything in Chud Bingus. But it is just a little bit of fun that we could do to make this a little less painful for all of us, right? And that is Chud Bingus. So I'll show you a little bit of Chud Bingus. All right, show you a little bit of Chud Bingus. There's no winners here, I'm afraid. There are no winners here. Let me show you it real quick. So there it is. Whoop. So it's a little dated. It's a little dated, right? But you know, we got the one joke, which is like, I identify as, and then you've got like, they made my fave gay. If there's like a right-wing Pepe emote, you know, fans of police brutality, talking about Antifa super soldiers, random slur that is like basically, you know, like woke. This is from when they started saying woke instead of like black, right? Do you know what I mean? Obviously, this person's not going to have a rant soner because I doubt this documentary. I don't know where this documentary comes from, actually. We're going to do a bit of a deep dive and find out this kind of stuff. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this. This one, them in 3 parentheses. And also a lot of misunderstandings of leftism. Yeah, SJW came before woke. I feel like them should be the free space. In this one particularly, yes. But unfortunately, this is mostly just tailored to my stream. So, of course, the free space is Muel mentions Red Planet, and we should, you know. Yeah, it's been too long. It's been too long for Chud Bingus. Welcome in. Pat Potato, how you doing? How's it going? Should be a card for Pick Me's. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. No. We don't have this. I think this is a bit of a cringe one that I should probably change because this word, tanky, is, you know, it's become... Yeah, people call me a tanky, right? People call me a fucking tanky. So this is how dated this is. Do you know what I mean? I think this word in this particular context just means like authoritarian communist. But we're not going to find any of that. We're not going to find any of that in here. 5-year-old anti-SJW meme. Complain about pronouns. Look it up. Do your own research. I mean, this is that whole video. You know, homophobia, racism, transphobia. Sorry. Why is there not racism here? I feel like there should be racism here. Or maybe there's like more squares that aren't on. I think there might be more squares that aren't here. So anyway, you could get your own Chud Bingus card through the link in the chat. And maybe there'll be other squares to come up. I don't know. Hey Femboy Echo, how's it going? Hey Purple Apple, good to see you. Anyway, so that's what the stream's going to be today. We're going to check this out. And so the documentary is called The Great Awakening. I'm not looking forward to it. Is there I'm just asking questions option? I think so. This was made by someone, and I can't remember who it was made by. I think it was... Who was it made by? I think it might have been made by Frazo? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember who did it. The racism square reads, every dog in a 30-mile radius is barking. Yeah, for sure. There were different squares on my card, so pulling from a bigger pool. Yeah, I think there is, yeah. You got just asking questions square. Okay, yeah. So there are different squares. There are extra squares. I don't understand the bingo thing. How do we play? You just tick off a thing when you see it. And then if you get all of them, you shout bingo in the chat, and then you win nothing. You win nothing. Hey, Uni the Dino, it's good to see you. How's it going? And Gobs is here. Can I get a shout out for Goblin Hugger as well, please? Please go follow Gobs. They're amazing. Anyway, listen, yeah, there's nothing at stake here. It's just a bit of fun to play along with. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Hopefully the stream will be entertaining enough without Chud Bingus. Man, I am so loath to actually press play on this. It's an hour and 41 minutes. So this is like it's going to be a slog of a stream. It's going to be a slog of a stream. I apologize. But we're going to get through it together. This is what comrades are all about, you know? Also, I've just realized that I didn't put any balm on my beard today, and it's looking a little, you know. Damn, you got anti-vaxxer, seems outdated, and I play to win. There is definitely going to be anti-vaxxers in this. Will there be a test? No, don't worry. We're not doing that. Hey, Solar Juice. Racism is a card on your one. Right, gotcha. Still less of a slog than my workday. Hopefully less of a slog than most work days. That's what I'm hoping. The last thing I would want is people thinking that my stream is like hard work. Okay. Chud Bingus may be the only thing stopping me from chucking my PC out the window. Yeah, exactly. I've got horny on main, and good lord, I hope not. Yeah, I'm hoping we don't... You know, look, I'm hoping we don't get any of these things. The ideal scenario is that none of these things would happen, but we know that they're going to happen, don't we? Because the first thing, if you can see just this faded out thing here, I don't know if anyone is acquainted with this quote, and I'm not sure if it is actually a quote of his, but you'll see it in a minute because I've watched the first few like seconds of this. It's a George Orwell quote. So if anyone's got like 1984 or literally 1984 or something like that on your on your Chud Bingus card, tick it off. Also, don't forget, every Sunday, me and my friends do a show. It's called Red Planet. It's really good. We speak to activists and we talk about our own activism and tell you about how to make the world a better place. So you can take off that middle square as well. Anyway, let's start this up. So, yeah, first thing we got is the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. Right? So we got this. Right? So that's a George Orwell quote, apparently. So let's just Google that. Maybe this is a George Orwell quote, but there's every chance it might not be. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. I feel like this is definitely oh, hang on. As Orwell didn't say. Hang on. Okay. This quotation, allegedly from George Orwell's 1984, is all over social media at the moment. Okay, chat, hang on a minute. Let's just see. This quotation, allegedly from George Orwell's 1984, is all over the social media at the moment, no doubt in response to the current wave of historical iconoclasm in the US. Sometimes it's a people instead of just people, which makes better sense. The sentiment is one that Orwell, who knew plenty about the historical iconoclasm of the Soviet Union, might well have endorsed. Seems he never wrote these words. Certainly not in 1984, and as far as anyone could discover, not in any of his other works. So if you got the George Orwell, you know, or 1984, literally 1984 square, you got to take that off. So we're starting strong here, folks. We're starting real strong. Yeah, they got that quote from a fucking Facebook meme. Great stuff. Great stuff. Literally, no one has read 1984. No one. If anyone tells you they've read 1984, they're lying. All right, let's crack on. Okay, I'm ready. I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Whatever political party you identify with.
Okay. It's very blurry here, but there is a blurry kind of thing here, and it says abort the passport. So that is anti-vaxxer stuff, straight off the bat. And then there's a sign there saying freedom, not tyranny. This is definitely like a fucking, you know, yeah, it's fucked. I tried to read 1984, but you couldn't stand it. Wait, what? You think it sucks? Why do people not like 1984? I'm interested to find out. Oh, it definitely counts as a tangent into conspiracy theories. Yeah, 100%.
You are welcome here.
Time to stop selling us out. Hang on. What's that? What's that there?
Identify with. You are welcome here.
Who are those people? I need to know who those people are. Stop selling us out. Time to stop selling us out. It's boring and bleak. I don't think it's boring. It's bleak, for sure. It's certainly bleak. But I think it's bleak. That's the point of it.
Whatever color, culture, or creed you identify with, you are welcome here.
Princess Leia, yeah.
If you are vaccinated or unvaccinated, you are welcome here.
Who is this guy, by the way? What is this? Stamp out vaccine mandates, no medical tyranny. Oh man, this is so intense already.
Now look around. Look around at these faces in this crowd. Take a good look around. This is America the Beautiful. And it's worth fighting for.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? People were booing that? Yeah. Does anyone know who this guy is immediately just after looking at his face? The thing is that he's wearing this hat, which immediately makes him unlikable. Yeah, the color grading on the video is so bad. Listen, there's a lot of people who have, you know, they've looked at, like, this is like someone who's looked at a Christopher Nolan film. Is it Robert Kennedy? No. Robert F. Kennedy? No, definitely not. Hey, Falk, welcome in. He looks yassified. Yassified conspiracy fucko. Deep fake Jim Caviezel? Who is that? Yes, I have a flat cap, but it's not like all black like this. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. The all black one. That's the cringe one. Mine's based because it's got a traditional design. You know what I mean? It's got something going on. The only way that you should wear that flat cap is backwards. You know. Also, actually, you know what? That is an underrated way to wear the flat cap, actually. Didn't like little hippie guys used to wear it like this back in the day? I'm bringing this back, chat. I'm bringing this back. I'm bringing this fucking back. It's happening. It's too late, man.
You are worth fighting for.
See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. So we're starting off strong. We've got a fake George Orwell quote. Then we have these platitudes. Like this is how propaganda works, right? This is how propaganda works. It's like they will, especially right-wing propaganda, they will be like, we don't care. We don't care what your race is, what your culture is, like what color your skin is, or, you know, we don't care about that. We don't, you know, notice how he didn't say if you're queer or not. Interestingly. You know, if you're vaccinated, if you're unvaccinated, we don't care. We're not bothered. You're welcome here. This is like these like vast platitudes of like openness. No, we accept you. It's fine. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, you've been brainwashed, right? Oh, if you were vaccinated, don't worry. We'll look after you. You've been brainwashed. I'm so sorry. Right? Jim Caviezel, Jesus Christ himself. Is it actually, who is this guy? Jim? Okay, let's take a little look here. Jim Caviezel. No, it's not. No, it's not him. Wait, he played Jesus Christ in The Passion of the Christ. Looks like I got little cat ears. Yeah. That's because I'm based. All right, let's crack on.
Children are worth fighting for.
The children. Gotta do it for the kids. Gotta do it for the kids, folks.
Our freedom is worth fighting for.
So we've got some vague platitudes about like freedom, yeah, brother, and you know, don't care who you are, you're vaccinated, if you fell for it, we don't care. We want to look out for you. You know? Think of the children. Also, friend of Mel Gibson and straight up QAnon, yeah. Oh, wait! So that could definitely be him. Hang on, let's see if we can find this on IMDb, folks. I think before we go any further, we should have a little look. IMDb.com. Let's search. Okay. The Great Awakening. Wait, is it called... Oh, the real name is Plandemic 3! The real name is Plandemic 3! The Great Awakening. Why did they include that? What? Wait, did I miss that? Was that on the thing? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's this? What's this? This is like the trailer. This is the trailer. Hold up. Hold up. Let's watch the trailer. So they claim from the creators of the most seen and censored independent movie in history. That's not true. That's fundamentally not true. I know that for a fact. Definitely not. Definitely not censored. Like, they didn't do this with, like, a proper production company, and the studio didn't reject it and say, no, you can't do this, etc., etc.
Breaking news, the president declaring a national emergency.
The new stay-at-home order.
We will shut you down.
Don't think you can get on a plane or a train.
This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
So it's just going to be this. It's just going to be this, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh, this fucking sucks. Can't believe we missed the first two Plandemics. Yeah, there are literally like movies you could be arrested for having, yeah. Well, snuff films are like obvious, and you know, yeah, I don't think films like that should exist, to be honest. But you know, there are like definitely far more censored leftist documentaries, right, that have been made and rejected from, you know, all other kinds of platforms and stuff like that.
And we will take you to jail.
We've got to get them vaccinated.
Or we will keep you in a facility longer.
As the world was descending into synchronized tyranny, I began to ask myself, how did they get everyone to go along with this?
This is the thing, that this is how right-wingers do everything. You know, I've said it so many times, chat. I've said it so many times on this stream. Fascists will literally get, like, some things that happened that were, like, rightfully silly, right? The thing is that what you have to remember is that people were doing just the dumbest stuff during the pandemic because people were absolutely desperate to, like, see each other. And, you know, we live in this world where, you know, if you're not constantly out drinking and looking at each other and talking to each other, then there's something wrong with you, and shit like that, right? And obviously, like, oh, it's all about my individual feelings. I desperately need to see my mum. I don't care if I infect her with a disease. You know, I'm gonna go and see her and hug her through this. Like, it'll be fine because I've got a big plastic tent with arms in it, right? So they see this, like, rightfully stupid shit, and they'll be like, this is what they've made us do. They made us do this. Can you believe the new world order? You know, that's where they come from. And it's like, yeah, this stuff is stupid. Like, this stuff is rightfully stupid, but they will drag you in and be like, yeah, this stuff was pretty dumb. I remember when people were doing stuff like this. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, did you know it was the Jews? The Jews did it. The Jews made us do this. It was the transgenders, you know? That's exactly where this is gonna fucking go.
Oh, it feels so good. I know.
Obsessed with finding the answer, I began studying every moment in recorded history.
Mums forced to be weird by far left, exactly.
Where masses of people acted against
yeah, those domes actually look pretty cool, right? I thought they looked pretty awesome, right?
Their own self-interest.
Hey, Crystal, how you doing?
The only mechanism that could explain.
Oh, dude, are you legitimately? Are you like legitimately? They're doing Holocaust.
Finding the answer.
Comparison.
I began studying every moment in recorded history where masses of people acted against their own self-interest.
Oh my God. I swear to God, dude. So you got like fucking, what is that? Is that Stalin? I think that's Stalin. And then like, what's this? That guy kind of looks like he's wearing like a Vietnamese army hat, but it could be something different. I don't know. Yeah, they got concentration camp shit in there, 100%. Could be Cambodia, could be Pol Pot, yeah.
That could explain what was happening in society.
Screw your freedom.
So like, they got people getting mad at this guy wearing a Trump hat, you know?
Was what is usual.
You could definitely like tick off Antifa super soldiers because they were definitely alluding to that with that clip of the people holding up their fists at the person with the Trump hat. These Antifers, they're so intolerant.
Referred to as mass formation.
Here we are now with an economy in crisis, but with an incredible opportunity.
Unprecedented opportunity
For a reset.
Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished heads of state and government, the future is built by us. We need a great reset.
When they say...
It's so funny because, right, so the Great Reset stuff, I don't know if everybody knows about it, but like the Great Reset stuff is super cringe. And, you know, the thing is that it's kind of like a recuperated leftist message, right? You'll own nothing and you'll be happy, right? So it's like, oh yeah, no private property based. Yeah. But here's the thing. That's not what this means. Yeah. It's not what this means. This means in particular, that you will rent for the rest of your life, right? Yeah, World Economic Forum is bad, not for the reason that the right-wingers think. Exactly, so, yeah.
You'll be happy. What they mean is, you'll be enslaved.
They think they're being so smart, like, they think, I don't know if it's like genuine delusion, or like actual kind of like, they just don't know what they're talking about, or they know that they know that they are sort of lying in a different way, right? But we gotta find out who's made this stuff and look into them, yeah, to get the answers. We already have wage slaves, we already have prisons. Do you know what I mean? It's so stupid. Like they just anyway.
Today,
hey Beanie Gaby, what's up?
We have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale.
Who masters those technologies will be the master of the world.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, yeah, chat, here we fucking go. They're gonna turn human beings into androids. I can't wait.
Those who control the data control the future, not just of humanity.
Soros! Is there a Soros card? There has to be a Soros card. That definitely counts as them in the parentheses. 1,000%. 1,000%. Soros just jumped right on the fucking screen then.
But the future of life itself.
Every aspect of our life has been...
What was that? What was that, man?
Data control the future, not just of humanity, but the future of life itself.
He who controls the spice controls the universe. Yep.
Every...
What is that like? What is that like? Who's that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be Obama and like Fauci? No, it can't be Obama, right? It can't be fucking Obama, man. It looks like it's supposed to be Obama, but this guy's definitely supposed to be Fauci. Yeah, random clip of a stressed grandma. I don't fucking know, man.
Aspect of our life has been infiltrated by people that do not have our best interests at heart.
There are forces using fear and isolation to induce mass psychosis.
I don't want you to be hopeful.
Environmental doom.
Fires.
I want you
Induce mass psychosis. Here we go. We got some climate change denial popping in.
By people that do not have our best interests at heart.
There are forces using fear and isolation to induce mass psychosis.
I don't want you to be hopeful.
Environmental doom.
Fires.
I want you to panic.
Storms.
It will kill your children.
Here we go. Here we go.
I want you to feel the fear I feel every day.
Greta Thunberg, she's behind all of it. She's behind all of it. I can't believe they're still on this shit, man. I genuinely, like, so cringe.
People are starting to wake up. We're starting to wake across the world.
I'm seeing people come together from all walks of life, finally saying enough is enough.
We didn't come here for no reason. We have a voice and we're here to share it.
We have to be the solution.
I'm seeing... Is that...
We cannot rely on...
No. That can't be... That can't be fucking... Is that one streamer that, like, is, like, hella transphobic and shit? That can't be fucking Gothic's model, right? She used to be called Gothic's model.
President or whoever.
No, I don't think it is.
I would rather...
I don't think it is. Well, I know who he is, though. I know who he is. Mildred literally just dropped a fucking video about this guy. Hold up. Let's bring this guy up. Hang on. What is this guy's name? Yeah, it's this incredibly unfunny guy. Yeah, he's back. Like least funny skit on the internet guy. So like
to your liberal parents?
Coming out as Christian to your liberal parents. Like these are his like jokes.
Love it. Love that. Because like these days,
hey, Echo
it's
Baz.
Like Christians have to come out of the closet, you know, the thing that gay people are supposed to be the ones to have to do. Due in large part to bigotry from Chris. If the world weren't so topsy-turvy, they'd be the ones
it's
scared
the same
to be
guy.
themselves.
It's the same guy.
Get ready to bust a gut, you little freaks.
Dad?
What is it, honey? All right. Credit where credit is due. That's a funny line delivery, the way he said what.
Let's see what the punchline is.
Okay, well, I've been thinking about something a lot, and it's really confusing, and what is Mom doing?
Let's pause here for a second, because there's a few things I want to touch on a little, and none of them will matter exactly 1 second later in this scene.
You know what, chat? We don't need to watch all this. Let's watch this later. Let's watch this later, yeah. Let's watch this later. But it's this guy. It's that guy. It's literally just that guy. Right?
Hands on the side of the highway, than to live out of alignment with my truth.
We're all being driven back to the dream.
As you see in the audience, Democrats, Republicans, white, black, everyone all in between.
Damn, just like people who are completely brainwashed by neoliberal capitalism, you know, and extremely susceptible to right-wing lies that are based in like tiny truths and propaganda and shit like that. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. It's so amazing. Like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? The matter of the reality is this, yeah? Most governments that, you know, did the whole vaccine rolling out and lockdowns and stuff like that handled it terribly, right? And loads of people, you know, were kept from like having a good life because they were desperate to not do anything remotely socialist. Like that's the issue, right? That's the problem. The US did the most socialist thing it has ever done. Wait, no, hang on, because you had to pay for your vaccines, right? Still? You had to, or could you get like your first one for free or something? I feel like it was like the most socialist thing that they did in American history, where they were like, all right, let's give everyone these vaccines, right? We got to give everyone these vaccines. Do you know what I mean? And that's where all this shit comes from, because it's like, oh wow, they're giving people free medicine. Do you know what I mean? They've never done that before. This is socialism. What's going on, right? They were all free, right? Yeah. So they did like the most socialist thing that they've done in years, right? Decades. And you know, all the right wingers were like, hang on a minute, free medical care? That's not right. And most people in America, like, you know, if they're just like not paying attention to politics, if they're not educated in politics and shit like that, which let's face it, a lot of Americans aren't, then, you know, they're going to hear these tiny little like drips of truth and go, oh, yes, that's right. It is weird that they're doing that. It is weird that they're doing that. And no one I know's got COVID and blah, 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 all this shit. Yeah. You know? Anyway.
This is the example that they do not want to see, but they have no choice.
The masses of humanity have been slapped awake.
Open your eyes.
What do they mean? They've been slapped awake by what?
It's time to wake up.
Wake up to what? Wake up to what exactly? Well, chat, we're gonna find out.
Is the Great Awakening.
People cannot go back into the Matrix now. A lot of people are trying to. They can't.
Is there a thing of Matrix? Is there a... Get ready to be woke, chat. Get ready to be woke. Look. Let's do a little bit of research. All right. Director Mikki Willis. Who's this? Oh, this is that guy. This is the guy from the thingy. Mikki Willis is the founder of Elevate, a production company on a mission. Elevate is one of the most prolific creators of socially conscious media. As a filmmaker, he's been granted rare access into the minds and hearts of world-renowned philosophers, scientists, physicists, doctors, authors, shamans. Sorry, I'm not laughing at, like, shamans in general. I'm laughing at the fact that, like, this guy's definitely talking about the January 6th shaman. Like, 1,000%. He's not talking about... Do you know what I mean? Let's have a look at more of this. Starting to think Mikki Willis wrote his own bio. Also, like... He's not been granted access into the minds and hearts of world-renowned philosophers, scientists, physicists, doctors, and authors and shamans, right? He's not. We know that that's just not going to be true at all, right? What are human development experts? What are human development experts, chat? Is that a real thing? As a director, he's helmed numerous award-winning and record-setting productions, including theatrical theaters, network television specials, commercials, and music videos for platinum artists. In 2006, he created the Elevate Film Festival. So he made his own film festival. Hey, Thasmadar, how you doing? So he's made his own film festival and probably given himself awards. That's probably what's happened here. So, you know... In less than 3 years, the festival earned the title of the world's largest single-screen film event. That's probably because other film festivals have more than one screen. That doesn't mean it's good. Hosting up to 6,000 people per screening, filling prestigious arenas such as the Kodak Theater, the Pasadena Civic, the Nokia LA Live. In 2011, Mikki received the Conscious Life Humanitarian Award and named a member of the Transformational Leadership Council. What the fuck is any of this? Conscious Life Humanitarian Award. Conscious Life Film Festival. What is the Conscious Life Film Festival? Oh... Something with a website like this. Okay. What is anything? The Conscious Life Film Festival grew out of a series of sidebar film screenings at the Expo and is now emerging as a new film festival in its own right. The films included in the festival are humanitarian in vision and focus on the possibilities of transformation. Approximately 25 films will be selected for screening. This year's film festival runs from February 30th to 15th, 2009. So it just did one. It just did one. And that's it. Okay. Okay, dude. Transformational Leadership Council. What's that? Members are focused on What is this? Christ almighty, this is cringe already. FAQ, schedule, regional groups. Transformational Leadership Council was founded so leaders of personal and organizational transformation could support each other in their contributions around the world. Members of the TLC are leaders in their field and are composed of CEOs, cringe, trainers, facilitators, thought leaders, cringe, authors, movie producers, and directors and coaches. Coaches are pretty cringe. Members are focused on transformational leadership and deliver work through workshop trainings. Of what? Of what, though? Raymond Aaron has been teaching his True Wealth principles around the world for over a century. The 10-10-10 book writing a program gets you branded. Helps you get branded. The monthly mentor has mentored entrepreneurs around the world. He's the co-author of Chicken Soup for the Canadian Soul and New York Times bestselling Chicken Soup for the Parent Soul. Wait, he wrote this with the guy who wrote that? No way, man. I don't believe it for a fucking second. I don't believe it for a second. None of these people are anyone. I don't mean to, like, you know, shit on people for their, like, achievements and shit, but, like, all of these just sound like self-help cringe lords. You know? Sandra Biskind, that name kind of rings a bell, but I'm not sure why. Wait, Ray Blanchard? The fucking transphobia guy? No way. Wait, is this legitimately the autogynephilia guy? This is legitimately the autogynephilia guy, right? 100%. Has to be. Has to be. Fuck me, man. This fucking sucks. All of these people suck. Definitely. Definitely, man. Okay, so, you know, that's, it's not the same guy. The transphobe is a white guy. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was another one. Didn't know there was another one. I was gonna say it can't be him, right? Well, regardless, most of these people are like, I have no idea who any. Blanchard is a white guy. Fair enough. It's a gaggle of hucksters, regardless. Regardless. That was a surge of adrenaline. Yeah, I got really fucking like yikesed out for a minute there, but I'm still pretty yikesed out, not gonna lie. Okay, so he's got these like made up things that don't mean anything. That's what we're discovering. In 2013, he co-created a breakthrough blended learning program for Harvard Westlake, which is currently being integrated into the curriculum of 3,500 high schools. In 2014, he co-directed the documentary Neurons to Nirvana, Understanding Psychedelic Medicines. Now, that's actually a pretty decent doc. I've seen that. I didn't know that he co-created that. But most people who are like very much interested in things like that, they're into a lot of woo, they're into a lot of like pseudoscience and shit like that, unfortunately. So it makes sense that he is, you know, he's gone down the road he's gone. In 2015 to 2016, Mikki is completing Be Brave, his new online platform for kids and parents. Mikki, his beautiful wife Nadia, and their two sons, Azai and Zuriel, live life to the fullest in Ojai, California. So that's it, really. So Mikki Willis, and he's known for Plandemic, Shoeshine Boys. He was a producer apparently, and Impact, a producer. He's produced a bunch of these. The Moses Code, okay, director. He did a Steve Aoki live thing. Interesting. It was almost had a manic attack. Hey Morgan, how you doing? I think he's a Hollywood washout. I think that's what's happened. I think you're right, Hell to Pay. Yeah. So, and what else do we got? Who's the other person? G. Edward Griffin. Who are you, dude? G. Edward Griffin was born in Detroit, 1931. Known for G. Edward Griffin biography, The Capitalist Conspiracy, and Your Doctor May Be Killing You, 2009. Hang on a minute. What's The Capitalist Conspiracy in 1969? Discover the history of an elite group that maintains the absolute power over the global economy. So is this guy semi-based? I mean, he's gone down the not based. He's gone down the not based pipeline, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we're learning some stuff. We're learning some stuff about the people who made this thing. Let's we're a minute and 15 in. We got another hour and 40 minutes to go, chat. Make sure you stay hydrated.
My name is Mikki Willis. I'm a father, a husband, and an investigative filmmaker.
So, one thing that I want you to bear in mind as we watch this documentary is that if he is a Hollywood washout and he's desperately trying to exploit people for their like horrific right-wing bigoted beliefs and fears of things that they don't quite understand, then yeah, he's going to have a lot of scenes where he's actually in it. And I think this is going to be like a very much like self-indulgent... It's gonna be a really self-indulgent cringe fest where there's gonna be like a lot of him talking and a lot of shots of him, and he's probably gonna use this for his like portfolio or his his show reel kind of thing. Yeah, like there's gonna be a bit of that going on.
I was raised in California by a single mom who did her best to care for 4 children on her own.
I'm relatable, and I was working class once. Definitely.
As a child of the welfare state, I witnessed firsthand what happens to the psyche and spirit of those who become dependent on government assistance.
Oh boy, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go, chat. Oh no. Oh. There is gonna be some fucking cringe ableism going on in here, man. I feel like the racism is gonna come out straight away. Because if he's talking about like people who become dependent on government assistance, welfare, he's going to talk about that like one racist trope, like welfare queens, probably. Right? As you can see from my movie output, welfare makes you horrible.
Had my mother known the difference between a hand up and a hand-out, she may have avoided the trap that kept us living on the edge of poverty, like so many people are today.
Bro, I bet... this guy's mom is dead, and I bet he would never have the bollocks to say this to her face, because she would probably say, fuck you. Do you know what I mean? He would probably say, fuck you. Right? She would say it, sorry.
Living in fear of losing her welfare assistance, Mom remained single and lonely until the day she passed.
If you stay on welfare, you'll never get a partner. You'll be lonely.
At 58 years young.
Fuck you, dude.
Her life was cut short by a combination of toxic cancer treatments and grief.
So she had cancer, dude. She had cancer. What are you talking about? She had fucking cancer. Of course she needed welfare. What did you expect? She's gonna go out and make... This is mental. This is mental. This is mental. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't believe it.
Just 34 days before she passed, her first son, my brother, was killed by a drug called AZT. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died as a result of that prescribed poison.
Whoa. Is he talking about like the AIDS crisis here? He's talking about the AIDS crisis, but like AZT? Bro, it was a drug that was used to delay the development of AIDS. Like, it wasn't, like, perfect, but, like, it didn't fucking kill him, dude. Fucking AIDS did, dude. This is fucked. This is so fucked already, man. Like, what is happening?
Of AZT was none other than...
You know, look, we know that Big Pharma fucked over people during the AIDS crisis. Yeah, we know that happened. Right? So I don't know if I'm talking out my ass about this in particular, but I know for a fact that, like, this guy is talking about, like, you know, he's reappropriating stuff regardless, yeah? Hey, Husker, how you doing? Welcome in. Also Reagan, you know what I mean? People don't have nuance. They can't understand the difference between science and big pharma. There's that true, right? Yeah, there's that too, sorry.
Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The reason that only one drug has been made available, AZT, because it's the only drug that has been shown to be safe and effective.
Well, it's certainly nice to know.
So, you know, we've got that there, haven't we? We've got the Fauci shit straight away. Fauci's responsible for the AIDS crisis, man. It's nothing to do with the inaction of Reagan, nothing to do with the inaction of, you know, governments everywhere. Fuck me.
Know that the future looks brighter.
30.
I feel like I'm just like looking here at this drug, right? And we know that big pharma are like, you know, were horrible to people horrible to queer people suffering from AIDS, just anyone suffering from AIDS really, because AIDS absolutely ravaged like the black community, the Latinx community as well. So like, you know, but you know, it's what I'm looking at here is like, I think AZT is still used. I think AZT is like actually still fucking used. So it's like effective. They like developed it and kept developing it. Oh, no. They don't use it still. Sorry, that's my bad. Okay. AZT was legitimately a bad drug. Hey, Ashran, for AIDS prevention. A lot of early AIDS campaigning was about telling people AZT wasn't good enough, and that's on Fauci, but he spent a lot of time working to improve things for people and make up for that later in life. Right, okay, yeah. See, this is the thing. It's like that grain of truth, yeah? That they're like, oh, look how bad AZT was, yeah? But again, you know, the fundamental thing here is that he's reappropriating the suffering of the queer community, the black community, the Latinx community, and putting it into his agenda, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? He's just got that tunnel vision. He's talking about Fauci, right?
Years later, there he was again. Same script, same actors, same performance.
They're all actors. Don't forget it. Don't forget it, folks.
Safe and effective products.
Knowing what that man had done in the 80s and 90s, I couldn't believe he was still in a position of such power.
I mean, like, true. You know what I mean? But this is how they fucking get you, chat. They say, like, here's a little bit of truth. Isn't it bad that Anthony Fauci was pushing this drug that caused a bunch of deaths and stuff like that? What you've got to remember is that people will look for someone to point the finger at. And it's quite obvious that, like, institutional queerphobia and institutional racism is what led to the delay in the proper development of, you know, HIV treatment, right? And AIDS treatment. Do you know what I mean? Like, these people wouldn't be the same ones celebrating the suffer of AIDS crisis affected communities back then. Yeah. And, like, you know, are we gonna see some fucking transphobia in this video? You know? Fauci is literally the gold standard, and Het Guy actually listens and learns and becomes an ally to the queer community. Is that right? Yeah, I don't know that. I didn't know that about him, but yeah, you know, it's just, again, this is reappropriation of fucking like decades of trauma, and the message of this video is going to be along the lines of like, you know, they're making people transgender. Do you know how many trans people died of fucking AIDS? You know? Like, come on, man. Fuck you. Hey, Skidada, how's it doing? Can I have a shout out for Skidada, please? Go follow Skidada, everyone. So he's gone from, like, telling us about, oh my God, his like, it's just, I'm really, like, still reeling from the thing about his mum, where he was, like, legitimately talking about, like, his mum and, oh my God, she was so addicted to welfare, and it's like, she had cancer, bro. She actually had cancer.
As the world descended into synchronized tyranny, I began to ask myself.
Was it synchronized tyranny, though? Why was it synchronized tyranny? Are we going to get an explanation of that? Probably not.
How did they get everyone to go along with this?
Bro, like, okay. Right-wingers, and sometimes in some cases left-wingers, but less so, have this obsession with the idea that everybody, every single person everywhere followed COVID restrictions, yeah? I know multiple people who were in my immediate friend group, yeah? Right? Who just went out and partied still. They didn't listen. Do you know what I mean? Like, the idea that people were like, actually, every single one of them was doing what they were told and cracking on with it. I knew so many people, even the fucking governments of the world. Well, obviously, he's going to talk about the government. The governments of the world, obviously, they were doing whatever they wanted. They don't care, which means it's not real, right? But it's just fucked how he's like, and how a lot of people are desperately like, oh yeah, everybody, absolutely everybody does, you know, follow the COVID rules. As someone working essential, in quotes, retail during COVID, I can tell you people were absolutely not following COVID rules. Yeah. Hardly anyone did. As soon as people, like, you know, realized that, like, they could get away with not wearing a mask properly, they did it. They did it.
Oh, it feels so good.
And obviously, like, taking these, like, ridiculous examples and being like, wow, look at what they made us do.
No.
Obsessed with finding the answer, I began studying.
These fucking close-ups of him and everything. Fuck off. This is just a YouTube video, by the way. He's just like got some good lenses. He's got some good lighting. He knows how to do color grading, right? This is all that's happening here. He's got like a really, like, you know, nice bokeh effect going on. Well, not a bokeh exactly, but like he's got the soft focus, low aperture.
Every moment in recorded history where masses of people devolved into a state of self-destruction.
Bro. You can't compare COVID lockdown to all these things. You fucking can't. Let's just slowly see what he's saying here.
Were masses of people.
Right, the USSR, Germany, not even Nazi Germany, just Germany. The USSR was fundamentally, like, started through a revolution, and it became something completely different. You know, Nazi Germany is a much better example, how people just, like, you know, let these atrocities happen. Sure, but it's not comparable to fucking lockdown at all. It's not comparable.
Oh.
Right, we got Italy, we got North Korea. North Korea mentioned as well. Again, you know, a country that was absolutely bombed into fucking oblivion by the, you know, by the fucking US imperialist agenda, right? Yeah, it's just so fucking wrong. So wrong. Vietnam, bro, what you want about Vietnam? It was a popular revolution. Cambodia, like, all these things are a result of US imperialism, right? Is he going to mention any of that at all? No. Right? Yugoslavia, Poland. What do you mean Poland? What are you on about Poland? What are they talking about Poland? Are they on about the fact that, like, Poland was part of the USSR? Because he already mentioned the USSR. He already mentioned the USSR. Hungary was in the USSR! Bro, what is happening? What is fucking happening? Just nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense.
Self-destruction.
Whoa. More. There was more. Yeah, he's just running out of examples. Like he's just, like, talking about all of the fucking states that were in the USSR. Do you know what I mean? This would be the same as, like, if you were talking about the Civil War and it's like, I can't believe all these different places wanted to keep slaves. And you just list, like, the US, the south of the US, and then amongst that, like, the Confederacy, and then you list, like, all the states that are part of the Confederacy. It's like, what? You could have just said the USSR, man. Whoa. I gotta see these countries, man. I gotta see these fucking countries because this is some wild shit. This is some wild shit. It's padding the SA vibes. It is.
Into a state of self-destruction.
He's mentioning all of these countries, Angola, Mozambique, that were like fucking funded by imperialist interests. Do you know what I mean? Hungary and Poland were in the USSR sphere of influence, but they were not part of the USSR. Well, there you go. Albania, Zimbabwe, Laos, Bulgaria. Like, it's just, you know, Mongolia, like, Philippines. Like, all these places where US imperialist interests were, like, desperate to fuck everybody's life up. You know, capitalist interest, International Monetary Fund stuff. Like, he's not going to mention any of that. Not going to mention any of that. At all. He's just going to talk about, like, the thing that made these people act together against their own self-interests was it was the transgenders. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be something like that. It's going to be something completely insane. Hey, Death, how you doing? Welcome in. All right. I'm not slowing down to see any more of these countries. Cuba.
And that rabbit hole was where I discovered the work of G. Edward Griffin.
Oh man, so it's this guy. So it's this G. Edward Griffin guy, and he made this video about the capitalist conspiracy thing, yeah. And it's gonna be the Jews, isn't it? It's gonna be the Jews. It's gonna be this secret cabal of people.
Again, let me say, welcome to our home.
Since the 1960s, Mr. Griffin has been warning the world of the communist plot to overtake America.
There it is! There it is!
Yes, I know. Communism.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
That was, bro! That was a victory of neoliberalism. What are you talking about? Why is he including this?
That thing we've all been told fell with the Berlin Wall.
How do you measure such an astonishing moment in history?
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear how communism, like the people in the World Economic Forum are communists. I can't wait to hear it, man. I can't wait to hear it.
It was Napoleon who said, "History is a lie agreed upon."
Okay, apparently Napoleon did say that. I'm just checking, you know, because you got to check this stuff, don't you? Because he used a George Orwell quote that wasn't actually a George Orwell quote at the start of the stream. So I just had to check that.
Ironically, there's no evidence that Napoleon ever said that.
You mean just like there's no evidence that George Orwell said the thing at the start of the fucking movie?
As we're about to discover together.
He admits it. The one quote that's real, he says it's fake. I don't know. It might not be real. I don't fucking care. Yeah, and everyone loves Napoleon as well. Everyone loves Napoleon, don't they? Remember Napoleon? Who was like a violent piece of fucking shit? You know?
Much of our history has been rewritten to serve an agenda.
Hey, Odnon. There's no evidence that Napoleon said, "I peed and pooped in my boots," but he might have. Chuck it in there. Everybody go follow Odnon. He's amazing. How you doing, friend? Can I get a shout out for Odnon, please, Shafiq? Good God.
That up until recently was invisible to the average person.
What?
Average, like this guy. Everyone's talking about the necessity for change.
Told you, chat. Self-indulgent fucking bullshit. What's he wearing there? Harmonic humanity. Okay, I gotta Google that. Harmonic humanity creates temporary jobs for homeless, low-income, and disabled individuals by producing inspirational music albums they can sell as street... Pardon me? Street what? Street vendors. Right, so what you do is it's the big issue. Does anyone know big issue? Is anyone aware of what like the big issue is? Like the big issue is like a thing that says it does the same thing. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme. Yeah, okay. This fucking sucks. Man. Musical big issue, yeah. Cringe. Okay, alright. I do like pineapples on pizza, actually.
Right now, particularly here in the US. Over the past few months, as a filmmaker, I've had the honor of documenting the political revolution. That was me in 2016, the year of my political awakening.
Come on board the political revolution.
I was touring with the Bernie Sanders campaign, creating...
Oh, here we go, man. He was touring with the Bernie Sanders campaign, and then he found out that they're all communists. Oh no, I can't believe it.
Media to help his grassroots movement grow. At that time, I knew very little about socialism and even less about democratic socialism. As it turned out, I wasn't the only one.
So my Bernie bros, how do we redistribute wealth through taxation without expanding the powers of the federal government? Bernie.
Wow, so funny, dude. Damn. Oh, that's so funny. Like, I don't think there was ever like a lie in the Bernie Sanders campaign where they said, you know, oh, we won't be expanding federal powers to tax the rich. Because you would have to do, of course you would have to do that. But why is that bad? Someone knows less than he did then as well. What is this? Good God. Hey, Vod, how's it going? Yeah, well, a lot of Bernie Sanders campaigning was grassroots, you know? Like, it actually, like, was. Like, the Democrats didn't want Bernie Sanders to get the nomination. Do you know what I mean? Why I left the left moment, yeah. I'm so funny. I genuinely can't imagine. I can't chat. Like, you know, look, I make videos. Yeah, making videos. I see it as an art form. I see it as like a thing. Do you know what I mean? And I know that I stream and I laugh at people. But this is like a stream, right? I couldn't imagine making a documentary, right? And then having me in it, like too much, you know, like a documentary like this where it's like I'm a serious documentary filmmaker and it's like, haha, I'm laughing at this thing that I did. Like, I just can't. I can't get my head around that. If I did a scene like this, I would cringe. I would cringe and I would cut it out. That's the truth. Anyway. Oh, and that's him! He's in it! He's in it! He's laughing at the thing that he is in!
Fusion set in. I began turning my questions inward. Are they hypnotized? Am I hypnotized?
Oh, chat, he is acting. He is fucking acting his ass off in this fucking... Oh,
that
dude.
Question. That one simple question activated some strange...
This is all like this egocentric individualist...
sort of faith healing.
For your consideration.
Suddenly, I could see.
It's true! I was joking! I was actually joking! So predictable! So predictable! Of course Bernie Sanders supporters are left-wing and communist and socialist. Like, are you fucking being for real, bro? Are you being for real? I swear to God. And it's so funny. He's like, oh, Bernie Sanders, that guy that didn't get the fucking nomination for any kind of presidential, race or anything like that. We got to be really worried because all of his fans are communists, and that's how they're controlling the world. You could definitely ding bad video transitions for this. Let's check the Chud Bingus card real quick, right? Let's check the Chud Bingus card. We can have That's Not Leftism because claiming that like a sort of authoritarian top-down socialism with Bernie Sanders at the helm would be opposed to expanding like federal powers to tax the rich. Like that's a great misunderstanding of that kind of left-wing idea, right? So definitely. Oh yeah, tangent into conspiracy theories. This whole fucking documentary is that, right? What do we got here? Okay. Maybe a little bit of NPC because he's talking about like people being hypnotized. Did the bit about average people count as the normies? Not quite, because saying the normies is more cringe than that, isn't it? Hey, Overzealous, how's it going? I recognize that guy. Was it the QAnon ex-stuntman or someone else? QAnon-y. We've done a bit of research into him. His name is Mikki... What's his name? Mikki Wright or Mikki Phillips or something? Mikki Willis? Mikki. His name is Mikki. Mikki is a rare name, right? So you'll probably know who I'm talking about if you know who this guy is. Anyway, welcome in. Mikki Willis. Yeah.
How did I not see this before?
Bro! So incredibly cringe. So incredibly cringe. Bernie is my comrade. Like, like talking about this as if this is some kind of like terrifying thing. Oh man.
There were so many red flags.
Oh, there was. Do you get it, chat? The joke is that the flags are red because it's communist. Bro, people are not afraid of saying that they're a communist. Most people are like, no, yeah, I'm a fucking communist, man. I'm a socialist. You know, like it's like no one's hiding this shit unless you're like an actual chud. You know, and they're frightened that they might like, you know, you might assault them or something. Yeah. This is the Plandemic guy. Yeah. We're watching Plandemic 3. This is what we're doing today. So welcome to that. Yeah, based. Yeah, based. This is the PLP, right? I think, what is this, like the Proletarian Labour Party or something like that? I don't know much about them, but...
I'm well aware that whether you're here in person or through the medium of motion picture, that for most...
Oh my god, he like... kind of colorized this black and white. He's also going to be having this like... Yeah, that footage is not from a Bernie rally. That footage is not from a Bernie rally at all. And also, most communists, like, if they're extremely, like, online or, you know, just, like, really thick, like, just dumb, like, they would not back Bernie Sanders because they're like, he's not communist enough. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't support, like, this incremental idea, right? Anyway, just fucking ridiculous, man. But you can see what he's done here as well, chat. He's colorized this black and white thing here, yeah? This black and white film. And this is another, like, show of his skills. He's like, look, I can colorize black and white images. How good am I? This is all his shit. This is literally just, he's doing a show reel, but making it, like, incredibly harmful.
Most of you, it's not easy to fit meetings of this kind into your schedules. But the fact that you are here indicates that you do have an interest in the subject. So in order not to waste any
his
of your
demo
time,
reel continues
let's
on.
dispense with the usual preliminaries and get right down to the business at hand. We're going to examine in quite a bit of
I love the
detail
fake audience.
the communist theory and practice of revolution, particularly as applied to the United States. Now, this will not be something dreamed up out of thin air. This will be the strategy as taught by them and advocated by them in their own manuals, in their textbooks, and in their schools.
Right.
The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage.
Yep.
Jim Carrey.
No one has lied about that. No one has lied about that. Oh boy, here comes Jim Carrey.
I went out today and bought me some freedom-friendly Nikes. Yeah, that's right.
On the fucking what's his face show, the piece of shit. I'm a fucking horrific transphobe show. What's that guy's name?
Salute to Colin Kaepernick, to Nike. Congratulations on your fantastic choice. Thank you so much.
Well,
Bill Maher, that's the guy.
Dystopian America.
the Republicans are running.
Bro, I can't, like, an actor who has, like, benefited from capitalism, benefited from, like, the people that he knows, getting him into the positions that he, you know, is in now and has been in the past, calling America dystopian, right? Bro, you are, like, on a huge platform, right? You're on a huge platform, and you're just sat here like, oh, dystopian America, man. I can't believe Colin Kaepernick knelt on the fucking thingy. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Is he like... I'm confused here. He's like bigging up Colin Kaepernick here, right? Willis is the ex-stuntman guy. Probably got super pilled during recovery from accident while on those lovely sackler opioids America likes to prescribe. I think Jim Carrey might actually be being based here. I think he might actually be being based. Because right-wingers were like burning their Nikes, right?
With the word socialism. They're trying to say...
They're trying to scare people.
Scare people.
It's communism. It's
Venezuela, Trump says. We're going to be living in Venezuela.
I grew up in Canada. I'm here to tell you that this bullshit line that you get on...
Oh, he's actually... Listen, this is ridiculous. I thought that he was big... Right, okay. I stand corrected, chat. I thought he was bigging up Jim Carrey, right? Because Jim Carrey is like a noted conspiracy theorist. Like, he's like spoken about all these different conspiracy theory things. He's like a conspiracy leftist. He's like Jimmy fucking Dore. Like, he certainly is, like, nowadays. He definitely was at this time as well. So, yeah, that's fucking nuts, man.
All of the political shows from people is that it's a failure. The system is a failure.
Yeah, he dated a Scientologist, right?
I never waited for anything in my life. I chose my own doctors. My mother never paid for a prescription.
So he was being based here, right? He was being based here. He's talking about free healthcare. Yeah.
I keep hearing this, like, Canadians are so nice. Canadians are so nice. They can be nice because they have healthcare. Because they have a government that cares about...
No, he's not a leftist. No, he's not. Here we go. And so he's going to jump straight into, like, Canada. Because the thing is that Canada is not a socialist state. Right? It's not. It's a neoliberal capitalist state. Justin Trudeau is not a left-wing guy. He wore fucking blackface multiple times. You know what I mean? So anyone watching this thinking, like, this is a good point, is you're completely out of the fucking loop on what's going on. Justin Trudeau is not a socialist. He doesn't believe in giving people, like, you know, the means of production and shit like that. You know? It's absurd to say that Canada is anything like socialism. They have, like, one or two things that are kind of socialist, like healthcare, right?
Now a state of emergency. Riot gear.
But you better believe that there are private insurance companies with interests in taking over that healthcare. Yeah, just like there are here in the UK.
Through Canada's capital.
Today, police in Ottawa used the
And they are based in America.
Just trembled, that lady. Look what you did to her!
medical
waste. So this stuff is about the trucker, quote unquote, protest. You know, where it was the QAnoners, and they were like, can't make me do a vaccine, and no one was making them do a vaccine. No one was making them get the vaccine.
Times in this country are longer than ever.
The cost of living just keeps climbing.
There's a socialist coup unfolding in Canada, and we taxpayers are funding it. In the recent
Okay, it's just all these like clips of unrelated things together, and so he's making you think that socialism did this. Like, it's so fucking funny, man. It's like, oh my god, the cost of living is terrible, and it's because there's a socialist coup. No, it's not. It's because the people who control how much you pay for things are not the people in government. They're the people who lobby the people in fucking government. Yeah, the government wants them to put the fucking prices up because they're fucking invested in these companies. You know what I mean? The reason that you're paying way more money for your food is because the person who owns fucking Walmart said, we're going to put the prices up. His use of B-roll is very funny. I wonder how much it all cost. Shall I tell you how much it cost, Husker? Shall I tell you how much it cost? Because he puts this at the start of the film. Hang on. See if this... Fair use notice. This is a not-for-profit production intended for educational purposes only. The copyright laws of the United States recognizes a fair use of copyrighted content, Section 107 of the US. So he didn't pay for any of that shit, man. Chat, we're 8 minutes 45 in. You having fun yet?
Become what some are even calling tyrannical.
A country previously hailed as the most free and democratic in the world.
So all I'm seeing here is like scenes like are in every capitalist country. Everywhere. Right? They call anything left of Tony Blair socialist and communist. Yeah, and they're doing that to like shift the Overton window to the right. Right? Because they're like, oh, watch out. These guys are communists. These guys are socialists. You know, listen, they're going to be calling Keir Starmer a socialist at the next general election in the UK. You can bet your fucking bottom dollar. Right? Whether you're making a profit has nothing to do with fair use. Yeah, it's right. It has to be transformative. That's what it is. That's what it is. They were making them get the vaccine if they wanted to keep driving all over Canada and potentially spreading COVID. Truckers were saying it wasn't about other people's rights because they don't understand how disease transmission works. Right. But they don't have a mandate anymore, right? You know? They don't have a fucking mandate anymore because they did like one protest and the government were like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Because they don't actually care that much about it, right?
Now
they're already calling him socialist, right? Yeah, there you go.
World, the official West Coast newspaper.
Even though they have the exact same policies as the fucking Tories. The exact same! You know? Right, it wasn't even the truckers. That's another thing. Hey, Willada. Yeah, like there was a whole bunch of videos about the Canadian trucker protest, and it wasn't even the, whatchamacallit, it wasn't even the truckers themselves. It was the owners of the distribution companies and the logistics companies who were like, I can't believe you're making my workers do this. But like most of the workers are like fine with it. And they in fact like took some of the truckers' trucks that they needed to like work and prevented their own workers from working. So they weren't earning any money, right? Like that's like legit what happened. Yeah, like 90 something% of truckers were actually vaccinated. Yeah.
Of the Communist Party ran this rather interesting editorial. What is needed now is an effort that begins to approximate the magnitude of the problem. As a minimum, such a program should demand massive emergency action by the federal government.
Hang on a minute. What are we talking about here? What's the context that this guy's talking about?
The world.
Now, the People's World, the official West Coast newspaper of the Communist Party, ran this rather interesting editorial. What is needed now is an effort that begins to approximate the magnitude of the problem. As a minimum, such a program should demand massive emergency action by the federal government.
Right, so what the people who wrote that paper were probably talking about were that there is a problem. Capitalism, yeah, is going out of control. We're seeing the advent of neoliberalism, you know, jumping up, getting up there and shit like that. And the federal government needs to step in and stop people from fucking dying, right? And stop the fucking police from, like, murdering minorities and shit like that. And also, yeah, which communist party, right? There were multiple communist parties, multiple communist publications in the US at this time, yeah? Nixon and Reagan policies are called communist if you don't say who proposed it. They call anything without a brown shirt communist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And how could it be official? How could it be an official... You know what I mean? There's just so much misinformation here. Adnan says we had a freedom convoy out here who drove around the Capitol building for 10 hours a day. Her car was all done up with gaudy shit and protest signs. She had a megaphone. On TikTok, she was saying hundreds of people were there, but it was just her. Someone let the hair out of her tires. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the trucker's voice chat getting hacked was pretty funny. That was a funny moment, actually, of like a couple of years ago.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act.
Like, you could do anything like this. You could make up anything, right? You could be like, oh, I saw this one communist magazine saying that, like, you know, all landlords should be fucking put up against the world and murdered, right? And it's like, okay, well, those are the views of the people who made that one communist magazine, aren't they? Right? You know, it's like Gabor Mate says, should we talk about, like, how many Christians have, like, killed millions, hundreds of millions of people in the name of Jesus Christ? Right? Yes, it's like Anna Kasparian's bonus hole. Anna Kasparian's bonus hole shit. Yeah. Like, oh my God, they're making everyone call your vagina a bonus hole. No. They're only saying that in case you come across someone who is non-binary or transmasculine in any way. Right? Remember listening in on the trucker convoy voice chat? Yeah, it was cringe. I remember a little bit of that. You know, the people who were protesting were, as we all found out, petty bourgeois business owners with, you know, an axe to grind. You know, they got nothing, like, to do in their fucking lives. They sit there and they steal the wages of the people that are, like, you know, legitimately working for them, and that's it. You know, they want to speak to the manager of COVID. That's what it was. The Emergency Act that was used to kill more BIPOC people. Very leftist and totally not right-wing idea. Yes, the Emergencies Act. Is that what they're talking about?
As of
Thanks,
today,
Shafi. No worries.
or other financial service provider will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order.
If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges.
Banks have already started to freeze the accounts of people involved in the protests.
Please get out. Immediately get out. Intimidating people in a church during the Passover. Unbelievable.
Growing up under communist dictatorship, I have been warning Canadians that that's what's coming. I could smell it. I could see it at every corner.
Bro, you have to be fucking joking me. They literally think Canada is communist. They literally think Canada is communist. I was growing up under the dictatorship. Like, the key word there is dictatorship, right? The key word there is dictatorship. Yeah? It's not communist. It's dictatorship, right? And what you're seeing in the neoliberal capitalist world is a dictatorship, right? We have those still. People think we don't, but we do, because what we have as democracy is a lie, right? That's what it is. Incredibly fucked. Right, we all wish Canada was communist. We all wish Canada was communist. We really do. We really genuinely do. Like, we're not just denying this for the sake of, like, oh man, you know, it's not really, don't worry about it. No, we wish it was fucking communist. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, man? You know?
We will not put up with this anymore. We are fighting back.
Protests, public protests are an important part of making sure we're getting messages out there, but using protests to demand changes to public policy is something that I think is worrisome.
Okay.
I mean, that is the language that communists hate, right? Any communist hates that language. Yeah? This guy's not a communist. Boom. Case shut. Case closed.
So here we have the Prime Minister of Canada saying,
oh boy, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, why I left the left, but I was never really that left. You know, I was always kind of conservative anyway. It's always funny when, like, people drag up people like Tulsi Gabbard and, like, you know, any of these people that say, like, why I left the left when they were actually always quite neoliberal and conservative, you know?
that yes, we have a highly functioning democracy and they have the right and freedom to protest.
There is no, what the fuck are you talking about? The
However,
functioning
if
democracy.
those protests are used to demand change in government policy, then no.
Yeah, that is a fundamentally fascist, neoliberal, capitalist idea that they do not want people to protest in order to change policy, right? Policy decisions.
The small fringe minority who are holding unacceptable views that they're expressing. Do not represent the views of Canadians who know.
Like, here's the thing. This is how you know that Canada is not a communist country, right? Because these people would not be... There just wouldn't be that many of these people. There wouldn't be. You know what I mean? Because if people had, like, accessible healthcare, affordable food, like, all this kind of stuff that would come with a socialist, you know, dictatorship of the proletariat, like, not even with a dictatorship of the proletariat, with, like, an actual, like, you know, even with a top-down authoritarian socialist government that was, like, you know, removing, you know, big business interests and lobbying groups and stuff like that, like, people would be like, yo, this fucking rocks, man. You know, like... Hey, young black economist, how you doing? Welcome in. Hello. It's a country founded on genocide and white supremacy, right? That's not necessarily the reason that it's not communist, but, like, it's you can't, like, there are still all of these things going on, right? There are still all of these hierarchies that keep Canada upheld, right? Do you know what I mean? I disagree with you that it will, like, never be one, though. Because it will, eventually. Pretty much every country in the fucking world will be. Because they'll have no fucking choice. You know what I mean?
Following the science.
And someone would probably clip me saying that and saying, like, see, he knows something we don't. It's like, no, the thing that I know is that capitalism cannot withstand the forces of climate change and people will be fucking desperate to survive. And so we will have to return to a society that's based on love and compassion rather than one on profit. You know what I mean?
And stepping up to protect each other is the best way to continue to ensure our freedoms, our rights, our values as a country.
Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau claims to be
fucking liberal, man.
Following the
Isn't he just in, like, the Liberal Party that is, like, neoliberal capitalist?
Science, but Trudeau's science often comes in the form of this bizarre authoritarian technocracy.
I think that Justin...
And that is not communism. That is, like, an authoritarian technocracy. Like, maybe it's not an authoritarian technocracy. Maybe it's just capitalism, man. You know what I mean?
Trudeau stepped on the landmine when he weaponized the banking...
All right, Dr. Robert Malone, scientist, biochemist. Let's have a little Google of this guy. Dr. Robert Malone. Vaccine scientist, vaccine skeptic. Robert Malone claims to have invented mRNA technology. Why is he trying so hard to undermine its use? Let's have a look. Let's see what's going down. All right. Let's have a look. We got Robert Wallace Malone is an American physician and biochemist. His early work focused on MRA technology. So his early work, right? His early work. Prior to studying medicine, Robert Malone did computer science career. In the late 1980s, while a graduate student researcher, Malone conducted studies on messenger ribonucleic acid mRNA technology, discovering what nature has described as a landmark experiment that's possible to transfer mRNA protected by a liposome into cultured cells to signal the information needed for production of proteins. Cool, right? Cool. While Malone promotes himself as the inventor of mRNA vaccines, credit for the distinction is more often given to the lead authors on the major papers he contributed to, such as Fellner and Wolf. Later advances by Katalin Kariko and Drew Weissman, or Moderna co-founder Derek Rossi. So, ultimately, mRNA vaccines were the decades-long result of contributions of hundreds of researchers, including Malone, right? Including Malone. So he was one of hundreds. And he worked on it in the late 80s. Yeah? And now he's popped up, right? He's now popped up in fucking 2016, 2020, or whatever. Yeah? And he's like, oh man, they're saying I'm not the inventor of mRNA, but I am. I definitely am, and it's really bad, and so you should give me money to like speak to your newspaper interviewers, your journalists, and put me on your documentary and shit like that, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's just fucking ridiculous. Just fucking ridiculous, man. This guy, he published one article in the 80s when in grad school, one of 10 authors, like most chem bio studies. Right, this is the thing. Most people who do a PhD will be like in a published paper because they do research, you know? Like that, like people, this is people fundamentally not understanding science and not understanding like education and all this kind of stuff, right? But did Malone fund it? As if he didn't fund it, he's not the inventor, right? This is neoliberal ideas, right? Standing in the corner as everyone else is dancing. They don't know he invented mRNA, right? Right.
System in Canada against the truckers. Those peaceful trucker protests.
Oh yeah, man, those trucker protests, they were so peaceful, yeah? They were so peaceful. I remember how peaceful they were. You know, when they like assaulted people who were like pissed off with them because they were just like taking up space and no one could drive through town or go to work, you know what I mean?
You know, their most violent act was honking.
See you, Baz, no worries. Thanks for being here.
And in retaliation, they had their access to their bank accounts, and anybody that supported them in any way.
Wasn't there like a guy that like started like beating the shit out of yeah, a bunch of them were like legitimate like Nazis, yeah, for sure. But like, you know, and here's the thing. Again, this whole bit here where he's talking about them like limiting their bank accounts and shit like that, there were some people who were rightly saying that like, damn, the state having the power to do that is only going to harm leftists, right? And I think somebody alluded to this in the chat earlier where they were talking about like, oh yeah, the Emergencies Act, which like really, really harmed a bunch of marginalized people, like black people, indigenous people, you know? Yeah, if they don't like that shit happening, maybe they should be against the state having all this power that's given to them by neoliberal, colonialist, white supremacist capitalism. Yes, organized by an actual white supremacist, yeah.
Had their access to bank accounts eliminated. And at that moment in time, we all came to realize what was really going down.
Even with Sun TV...
Yeah, but you didn't. Yeah, but you didn't, though, did you? You didn't realize what was going down. You still had this, like, completely biased view of what was going down.
Watching for any slip, he was asked which country he most admired and referred to China.
There's a level of admiration I actually have for China. Because their basic dictatorship is allowing them...
I applaud China for...
Whoa! So hang on a minute. You cut him off. Does anyone know what he actually said about China? Because he referred to it as a basic dictatorship, didn't he? And he looked like he was smiling when he was saying that. So could that have potentially been a joke? Could that have potentially been a joke? Or Was he talking about how well they handled COVID? Who knows?
Stepping up, excuse me, I applaud Canada. You can tell what I'm thinking.
Uh-huh. Wait, oh, what's this?
Prime Minister.
Wait, what are they saying here? What are they saying here? That they kind of look the same? They're wearing the same, they're wearing a similar suit? Come on, dude.
Who openly admires the Chinese basic dictatorship, who tramples on fundamental rights by persecuting and criminalizing his own citizens as...
Damn, dude, it's almost like authoritarianism is bad. It's almost like, you know?
Terrorists, just because they dared to stand up to his perverted concept of democracy, should not be allowed to speak in this house at all. Mr. Trudeau, please spare us your presence. Thank you.
Canadians know where I stand. This is
So, I mean, here's the thing, right? They're talking about, like, brutal dictatorship, police brutality, and all that stuff. And this is one of the leaders of, like, the Imperial Corps, right? He's the Prime Minister of Canada. And everyone's like, oh my God, he's a horrible person and he's a dictator. Yeah, man. Like, where have you been? Where have you been, bro? Like anyone who leads, you know, the countries of the Imperial Corps has, like, dictator values. Like, the way that the law is set up. You know, it's fascist in nature, isn't it?
A moment for responsible leaders to think carefully about where they stand and who they stand with.
While Justin Trudeau makes a compelling case study, he is not the only dictator on the rise.
Oh boy.
Under the new rules provided by the COVID-19 emergency, many other elected leaders were empowered to show their true colors. Interesting how they all marched in perfect lockstep while chanting the same slogans.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity.
Here we are now with an economy in crisis, but with an incredible opportunity.
It's certainly a major crisis, but it also offers us a unique opportunity.
Here we go, chat.
To rethink and reset.
The great opportunity for reset.
Opportunity for us to reset.
Let's go! Let's go!
It's almost as if they all attended the same school of thought and studied under the same professor.
Damn! That isn't what happened. But there are definitely, like, schools and institutions all over the world that, like, groom people to be, you know, leaders of the Imperial Corps. That definitely happens. Like, you've got Eton School in the UK. Definitely, like, other places. Like, I think, like, some of the universities in America are, like, 90% of presidents went there or some shit. I don't know. PR consultants using the same buzzword. Absolutely terrifying. Are they implying the King of England is a communist? Yes. That's what's happening here. You could argue it's because of the IMF. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Right now, all these people of the same class act with the same interests. I know, it's crazy, right? Why would this happen? But this is the real shit. This is the real shit, folks. Hell yeah. World Economic Forum discourse. Let's go! So close to understanding capitalist hegemony. Yep.
Some people would say this revolution is characterized by the fight of robots against human beings.
Honorary Doctor of Kaunas University of Technology. So an honorary doctor. So, like, he didn't study there, right? He's a doctor somewhere else, and they gave him an honorary scholarship or something like that.
And we will win this fight.
Professor Klaus Schwab was born.
So he's talking about, like, robots versus humans, and he's like, we're gonna win? What are you on about?
Born in 1938 in Ravensburg, Germany.
So that means he's a fascist!
Where Nazi crimes against humanity were committed. His father, Eugene Wilhelm Schwab, was the managing director of Escher Weiss Ravensburg, a company that used slave labor to manufacture weapons of war for the Third Reich. While Klaus, his father, was at the helm, the Nazi Party awarded Escher Weiss Ravensburg the title of National Socialist Model Company.
Oh, here we go, chat. National Socialists. The Nazis were socialists. Come on, man. It's happening.
Years later, Klaus Schwab joined the board of directors at Escher Weiss Ravensburg, where he played a key role in the development of South Africa's nuclear weapons program during the darkest years of the racist apartheid regime.
Damn, you're joking me. Like, you know, you're telling me that a guy that like created weapons for a horrific fascist regime also made weapons for another horrific fascist regime, or like his dad did. Wow, crazy. What was the stat again? Oh, I don't know if the stat is legitimate, but like 90% of UK politicians above a certain level study at the same school. Eton, you're talking about Eton. I don't think it's 90% though, because there are a lot of like politicians. Eton without the A, Eton. There's a lot of politicians that genuinely come from like working class backgrounds, but we're talking like MPs really. They rarely get into power or positions of power.
Regime. Today,
honorary degrees are just universities saying we think you're cool and we want your name associated with us. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Forum.
If you'd like to meet the people who are supposed to repair the state of the world, or give a piece of your mind to the bankers who helped get us into this mess, we can tell you where to find a lot of them. The World Economic Forum.
But that's true for BBC employees too, mostly Eton. Well, again, like, there are a lot of employees at the BBC. If you're talking about people in positions of power within the BBC, yes. But the people within the positions of power in BBC are normally appointed by people in the Tory party, right? Or they're like, their connections in the Tory party allow them certain privileges, which means they can climb the ladder a lot easier. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Like, I know people that have worked for the BBC, you know?
Forum is an international private organization which receives billions of tax-free dollars.
Whoa, what did that say? What did that say?
Forum is an international private organization.
Gender parity? Okay, interesting that he used that. Interesting that he used that in this particular bit, isn't it?
Which receives billions of tax-free dollars from its members and their global enterprises.
Yeah, that all sucks, dude. Like, every single bit of that sucks. It's really shit, but they're not communists.
Every year
they are legitimately the most vile billionaire capitalist scum in the world.
WEF brings together its members with world leaders, big pharma executives, tech titans, Hollywood celebrities, media personalities, and internet influencers to meet in the...
Yeah, damn, dude. It's almost like, you know, it's almost like all the worst people with all the money in the world hang out there, right?
Secluded mountains of Davos, Switzerland.
It is a tiny town folded into the Swiss Alps, a village where you could bump into Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, the head of Google, and the Queen of Jordan, all in one place.
And they're going to be like, oh, they stop you from going in, and it's really crazy. And like, dude, the reason that they stop you from going in is because there are multiple people all over the world who want to assassinate these guys, right? Like, people would fucking, like, absolutely, like, they would want to end these people's lives, right? And I'm not advocating that, and I'm not saying that people should do that, but come on. They are responsible for, like, 90% of the world's ills. Do you know what I mean? They are terrified of the working class. They are terrified of the people that they exploit. Do you know what I mean?
A lot of reporters cover the forum, but few get inside.
Yeah, and, like, few get inside because they don't want... you know, to do an actual, they don't want anyone to do like an actual expose on the fact that these people are like, you know, they're working with each other. They're like, you know, shaking hands under the table, doing dodgy business deals and all that kind of stuff. Right? You know? It's just, yeah, these world leaders are famously doing stuff about the climate because Greta Thunberg, well, you know, they've alluded to this idea of like, oh, everybody is terrified about climate change now.
It turns out...
And by the way, chat, I do have to, like, you know, specify that, like, you know, my channel is an educational channel. Like, there's a reason alongside, you know, the fact that we're having, like, a bit of a laugh about this. And that is that it's important to know this stuff. It's genuinely important to know this stuff because these are the next... Like, fascists everywhere are going to watch this. Yeah, fascists everywhere are going to watch this. Even some non-fascists. Even some people who genuinely just, like, don't know anything about politics. They think they know that something's going on and they can't quite put their finger on it. Well, maybe they do know that there's something going on and they can't quite put their finger on it. But the thing is that is capitalism. It's not communism. It's not anything like communism, yeah? It's literally the people that serve their interests, like fascists. Do you know what I mean? And that's what it is. I'm detecting and incoming the globalist trope to cover up that all these billionaires are perfectly happily burning the planet to the ground for a profit. I don't know if the guy who made this is that smart. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if anyone who was involved in the making of this is smart, right? It's smart enough to, like, go, oh yeah, we're actually covering up for these guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, this guy genuinely seems like he's just a cringe QAnoner who, you know, he's got some money from, like, work he did in Hollywood back in the day, and he's making his own stuff. And a lot of this is self-indulgent pap, right? So that people will hire him in Hollywood, hopefully, again. Like, that's probably what it is. You know what I mean? This is very illuminating on how false consciousness forms. Yeah. That's why we're doing this. Yeah. It's important to look at stuff like this to craft rebuttals to its talking points to keep people in your life from getting into the alt-right pipeline. Exactly. Yeah. Which is why you don't need to bring people onto your stream to debate them and platform their terrible ideas that are awful and harmful and stuff like that. Yeah. I've just noticed as well that, like, the chat is just bleeding slightly onto the screen there, so I'm going to remove that, and that actually gives me more room. Cool. Okay, cool. I thought things looked a bit weird. Is the chat still going on? No. Okay, good. Back in business. It's a fascist trope to always blame the Jews and cover it up with globalists and Red Scare. Oh, well, no, that's already happening, man. That's already happening. Yeah. For sure. So it's already doing that.
There are two Davoses, one you see and one you don't. After hours, there are hundreds of private parties where deals are done. People who can't be seen together in public can meet here.
Yeah, not telling any communists here anything that we don't already know. You know, we know this shit happens. We hate them as much as you do, but for different reasons.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, the future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room.
Klaus Schwab, the founder of the WEF, is particularly upfront and even proud of his ability to shape and influence world politics.
I created the community of global shapers as a means, as a force to shape our common future.
And of course, their Global Young Leaders program is a grooming ground so that when they ultimately infiltrate cabinets,
we penetrate the cabinets.
They will likely tend to govern a certain way.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
The names and the countries he mentioned ended up being some of the most dystopian and authoritative during this pandemic.
What's really funny is that you can tell how white supremacist this shit is, yeah? Because they're not going to talk about the fact that vaccines are not getting to anywhere in the imperial periphery, right? The imperial periphery, in case anyone else is wondering, also known as the global south, also known as the third world, right? They're not going to talk about any of that, right? These people are controlling the world with vaccines. They're controlling the world with vaccines, but just the white world. Actually, just the white Western world. That's it. And, you know, China's doing their own thing, but they're communists and China's invading the rest of the world. Like, do these people not know that, like, Joe Biden is actively trying to start shit with China. Like, do they not know that? Like, it's so obvious. Like, to anyone who has like an inkling of like political insight, like any kind of like observation, you know, like the US is terrified of a war with China and thinks it's gonna happen. Do you know what I mean? It's like one of those.
Names like Ms. Merkel, Vladimir Putin, and so on.
Other names? Jacinda Ardern, Sebastian Kurz, Mauricio Macri, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Ma, Gavin Newsom, Stéphane Bancel, Chelsea Clinton, Leonardo DiCaprio, Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Leanna Wen, Alexander and Jonathan Soros, George Soros' sons, and several of the Rothschilds. And of course...
Now who could represent such a world better than you, Prime Minister?
In 2014, Klaus Schwab called for the Great Reset.
Damn, those were certainly some names, weren't they, chat? They were certainly some names. The names of the people who go to the World Economic Forum, Davos, you know. Okay.
We need a great reset.
Which he positioned as the solution to the world's most urgent issues. The dark reality of Schwab's agenda is detailed in his best-selling book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. His endgame mission is to replace independent governance with a top-down controlled, one world government and a central bank-controlled digital currency.
When they say, you'll be happy, what they mean is, you'll be enslaved. That's why they're talking about a Great Reset. That's why they're talking about
In what way are we not enslaved now? Right? In what way? Member of Parliament of Denmark, written by Ida Oaken. Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better. Right? Here's the thing, man. Some of this stuff sounds based, right? Owning nothing in terms of like no private property, right? That sounds pretty based. But at the end of the day, what they're talking about here is like creating a world where people just rent stuff. That's what they're talking about, right? And I'm not even sure how much this like Great Reset thing is actually like based around solving climate change, because I really don't think that the people who are going to the World Economic Forum and Davos meetings have any interest in solving climate change, because you better believe that the fucking heads of BP and Shell and all those fucking horrific oil companies and fossil fuel companies are there. They're absolutely fucking there, without a shadow of a doubt.
Producing this quasi-communist, quasi-socialist agenda.
Bro, quasi-communist, quasi-socialist agenda. Explain how. I like the way that he's actually like preceded the word communist and socialist with quasi, because it isn't actually, is it? It isn't actually. It's nothing like that, right?
I know we've run the course where we cannot continue down the path of the ever-increasing indebtedness, because we have a generation that quite literally cannot afford to buy a house.
Millions of Americans are priced out of buying a home.
And so it's...
Damn, I wonder why that is, man. It wouldn't be anything to do with the people who are at the World Economic Forum and Davos meetings, would it? You know? The Great Reset is about saying POC are coming to genocide us whiteys, so we got to do something about it. No, you're talking about the Great Replacement. That's what you're talking about.
Easy to tell that.
I mean, we'll see how this goes. You know, it might be the new version of the Great Replacement. There's definitely some transphobia in here. I saw this on the clips of the person that was watching this on Instagram earlier.
We're going to forgive your college debt.
Student debt relief.
And set your expectations lower. You're going to rent forever. We're going to celebrate the tiny house movement. We're going to do all of these things which sound cool because they're...
No, they don't. No, they don't. Who thinks they sound cool? What are you talking about, dude? What are you fucking talking about? That no one thinks that sounds cool.
They're shaping our narrative so that we become capable of expecting less. What we need to do is not expect less. We need to remove inefficiencies so we can experience more.
Remove inefficient. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. These guys, like, you know, way out of capitalism is like more capitalism. This is the funny. Yeah, it is. That's what they're talking about. They're doing. So me and Sophie did a stream like 2 years. It's one of the first ever streams that me and Sophie did together, where she came on my stream and we spoke about what the right wing are saying, like the new memes that right wingers are saying about like communists and socialists and what we want. And they're saying that we want people to live in pods, we want people to eat bugs, and that's it, and you'll be happy, and, you know, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, right? That's what they're saying. They're saying that we want the Great Reset shit. We don't want that. We don't want any of that. We want fully automated luxury space communism for fucking everybody, yeah? We don't want people to have to work. We don't want people to have to, like, slave away every day, not afford anything. We want people to have clothing, housing, healthcare, you know? And no discrimination, you know, based on who you are for forever, right? That's what it is. Yeah, these are literally all capitalist innovations, you know? Hey, Ezra Reza for when, how you doing? Welcome in. I expect less, but I expect less tax evasion from large companies and rich individuals. Right. It's just, God damn it.
And that's the subtle distinction that the Great Reset is missing.
Like most globalists, Schwab regards communist China as a shining model of how he intends to transform the world.
Like most globalists, this is just Nazi shit 101. It is so fucked, right? It's so fucked. Like all globalists, right? Replace the word globalist with Jews, yeah, because that's what he's actually trying to say. They love communism, right? This is the whole, like, what is it, blood libel stuff again? Where it's like the Jews are conspiring to bring about communism. Like, that's literally what it is. The Nazis said this in 1930, 1920, whatever, right? Space communism sounds like closeted authoritarianism. Oh, Helder Rose, I had no idea. I had no idea that you would be like a cringe chatter with like the first thing that you say in the chat that I ignored on purpose, by the way. I saw that you said this, but I ignored it on purpose because I knew that you were trying to derail the stream. Well, you got it. You got it. Well done, man. Well done. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I saw Antifa in your tags, and as an outside observer, I don't know much about the movement. Is it a decentralized affair or some variety of organization that exists alongside the ideology? I am literally the general of Antifa. I'm in charge of it. You can send all your hate mail to my stream. You know, that's how we deal with things. Yeah, that's how we do it, man. Fucking get real, man. Get real.
We now welcome His Excellency Xi Jinping. China has made significant economic and social achievements under your leadership.
Chinese influence on global affairs is growing. The founder of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, says that this is what motivated the group this year to invite President Xi Jinping to deliver the keynote address in Davos.
Schwab said Xi's presence was a sign of the shift from a unipolar world dominated by the United States to a more multipolar system in which rising powers like China will have a step up and play a bigger role.
I think it's a role model for many countries. But we have to go one step further. It's a systemic transformation of the world. Artificial intelligence, the metaverse, synthetic biology.
No, dude.
Our life.
This is the thing. It's like this is why recuperation of left-wing talking points is so dangerous, right? Because they're out there and they're saying all this stuff and they're like, yeah, like we need to like have a big systemic change. We need to do things a bit more like China, you know. And then on top of that, they say all this like nonsense. They're like, yeah, the metaverse, yeah, synthetic biology, yeah, all this shit, right? You know, it's completely fucking absurd. Completely absurd.
In 10 years from now, will be completely different, and who masters those technologies will be the master of the world.
Similar to his protege.
It won't. It won't. They won't be the master of the world. That's just the facts. That's just the facts.
Justin Trudeau. Klaus Schwab makes a fascinating case study.
Neil Breen
Yet
stuff.
He too is merely the master of his own world. Economic Forum.
Look, the thing is that this guy, yeah, of course he is. He's completely fucking neo-lib-pilled, has no fucking idea. Yeah. That, like, the things that he is saying, they're the worst ideas in the world. He's just talking about investments. He's talking about investments that billionaires are all going to make. Do you know what I mean? And all this kind of stuff. It's just cringe. So cringe.
Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds, but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds.
Do you know the number of the historian of Antifa Germany?
These are the new driving forces of evolution. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. And by this I mean that if you have enough data and you have enough computing power, you can understand people better than they understand themselves. And then you can manipulate.
Right, he's talking about algorithms. He's talking about social media algorithms. That's what's being talked about here. But then what they're doing is this Mikki fucking Willis hack, this Hollywood failure, is like putting all these like things of neurons dotted together to make you think like, oh my god, they're gonna hack the human body and make us all communists. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
Them in ways which were previously impossible. You know that.
Yeah, you can make humans more suggestible, like by like, you know, giving them these fake solutions to like fake problems that capitalism has created, and then they love it. They make it part of their individual personality and shit like that. Yeah, dude, you've been doing this for fucking years. We know, man.
The whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit and they have free will, that's over. Now, how exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data.
Foreign powers can collect.
It's just so funny because, like, when fascists hear this stuff, they go like, oh my god, they're making robots and they're going to make everybody gay and trans, right? That's what they think. They think like, oh my god, wow, they're making everybody robot. They're going to hack into humans. They're going to change our DNA and blah, 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 all this stuff, right? But the reality of it is legitimately just about people making investments with like algorithms. Like you know, think about it. Yeah, think about it. Just logically, very, very like basically, you got a room full of billionaires. Yeah, that's a lot of money. We live in a world, we live in a society, some might say, that like have you know, interests in getting that money, yeah, and like getting investments and shit like that. So what they're doing is they're talking to people who may invest in certain bits of technology, so like people who own data, yeah, because that's what they're talking about quite a lot, and desperately trying to get people to invest in companies that own data. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's not some kind of fucking... It's still bad. It's still bad and cringe, right? But it's not like some like extra thing where they're going to make you different or anything like that. They're just talking about controlling your like spending habits. They're talking about controlling like, you know, whether you can think outside of the box and go like, oh, actually, we could have a life that's better than capitalism right now, right? That's all they're talking about.
Store and exploit biometric information from COVID tests.
U.S. intelligence officials tell CBS News that China is trying to collect Americans' DNA in hopes of controlling the future of healthcare.
China's test kit.
I don't believe any fucking second about this. I don't believe it. Like if they're collecting DNA data, right? If they're collecting DNA data, I imagine there are multiple healthcare companies all over the USA that do this, right? Because it's important to know about someone's DNA, right? Because it can tell you things. In fact, they do. They own genetic information about people, don't they? Because it's important to know that. Like, if it's on your fucking health history or whatever, information about you as a patient, doctors need to know if your DNA, your genetics, have like a history of things like diabetes, have a history of things like heart failure, have a history of things like, you know, XYZ, cancer, all this kind of stuff, right? Wow. And now China doing it is all of a sudden. So, like, you know, it's funny because, again, like, you can see the difference, right? Well, like, this documentary started with this, like, scary ideas and these, like, bits of truth, and it's like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And then as it's going on further and further, it's literally saying more and more things like, oh my God, but China could have your DNA, and imagine what China's going to do because they're communist, and imagine if the communists start making robots and they're going to be in control of everything. And there was a guy that spoke about this, wasn't it? His name was Enoch Powell. Do you remember him? You know, they're fucking like falling down the stairs with this information, and, you know, the people are watching it and they're not doing critical thinking, and they're going, oh my God, that's terrifying. They're going to make robots out of all of us. Paul McCartney's really alive. Fucking hell. You know? All this kind of stuff. The Paul McCartney's nearly alive thing. I know that doesn't make any... Paul McCartney's still alive. Doesn't make any sense to anyone because I come from, you know, believing this stuff. Yeah? I come from believing this stuff. I used to listen to all kinds of conspiracy theories all the time. And if you get deep in, like, conspiracy theory circles, you will, like, hear these things. Yeah, you understood what I'm on about, right? There are people who think that Paul McCartney died. Yeah, back in, like, 1968 or 5 or something. Like, he got hit by a car and he died, and they got, like, a clone to replace him. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, it was like a conspiracy theory about a conspiracy theory. Anyway, listen, chat, we're 22 minutes in. I'm not going to pause it as much going forward in the stream because I understand we're 2.5 hours into the stream. This is a little bit of a slog to get through. But I'm going to be right back real quick. So don't forget, take your meds if you haven't already. Use the toilet, stretch your legs, get something to eat, get something to drink, stay hydrated. I'll be right back real quick. I'll leave you with a bit of music. Yeah, see you in a sec. All right, gang. What's going on? Ezra Rezafawen says, Muel, may you share your thoughts on Yuval Noah Harari's work in general if you followed him before. I'm curious about him, but I haven't heard multiple takes on his work. Why do you need to have a take? I don't understand. Can you not just like read what he says and decide for yourself? I don't know who that is, by the way. I got no idea who that is. The bare feet on Abbey Road, all the clues on Sergeant Pepper. Now Muel's growing peppers. Coincidence? It's true. 2.5 hours to watch 20 minutes. I know. It's cringe. We're going to get through this, chat. We're going to get through this. Don't you worry. Oh, okay. So they've gone back to the COVID thing. Like, is the COVID tests being used to harvest your DNA? Sure. Why not? Loads of companies steal people's data all the time. You should look into that if you didn't know that.
Tool to help China compile genetic data.
The Chinese aren't the only ones exploring this technology. The U.S. is working.
Like, you do know, like, people who are like genuinely watching this documentary and believe in it, yeah? You do know that China has like its own health companies that do tests on their population, yeah? And the same goes for the USA and the UK and other countries all over Europe, all over the world. You know? No. I know you weren't making a dig. I know. There's so much to take apart. I know. I'm at the scary doctor part of Outlast. You playing Outlast while you listen to the stream? Buzzing. Getting scared in 2 ways. I was always curious about conspiracy theories, but kept noticing everyone eventually led to Jews, no matter what. Yeah, this is the thing. That's what basically like fucked it up for me. I was like, yeah, I know that like hating Jews for no reason is bad, right? Do you know what I mean? Muel, can we only stop at the funny bits because we're smart and understand this guy is a clown? No, because I'm doing education here. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very, very sorry, but there are going to be people who watch this VOD on my VOD channel and they'll be mad because I'm going to do like some kind of clickbait thing which is going to be communist destroys the Great Replacement Plandemic 3. Yeah? And there's going to be people coming in who watch it and there's going to be people who are mad at me, but there's going to be people who are genuinely like, oh, I watched this and I thought it was good. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm sorry. I'm going to have to actually do that. Do you know what I mean? If the stream isn't for you in that regard, I'm sorry. But I do think it's important to do stuff like this because you can't just like have someone out there saying all this stuff and getting through to people because look, we got to keep our shoes on the ground here. We got to keep our heads firmly out of the clouds. In real life, there are lots and lots and lots and lots of people who are uneducated politically. It is our job as leftists to educate those people into leftist society, right? Into leftist ideology. It is our job to do that, right? Because if we keep sitting there saying like, go on, Google it, do it yourself, while all the while the right wingers are out here with like high production value doing all this shit, we're not going to get very far, are we? And we haven't got very far. We have to be realistic about this, right? You know what I mean? The person that I saw who was like sharing clips of this was like genuinely like, you know, just like not political in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, I've followed her for years. Not political in any way. In any way. Just like someone who just like doesn't pay attention to any of this stuff. And all of a sudden, she's found this, right? And the reason that she's blocked me is probably because she's watched this and then she's gone to my profile and gone, oh my God, he's a communist. Oh, he's a communist. So, of course he's going to disagree with this. Right? Oh, God. Anyway. Hey, Shafiq, welcome back. And hello, Galaspar. It's good to see you. Welcome in. I'm doing good. How are you? It's not my job to educate you mindset needs to die. To be honest, it was supposed to refer to a couple of specific things, not literally everything. You know, the most annoying thing about it, The most annoying thing about it is that it was you know, if I remember correctly, black women saying to like white people, like, I'm not going to educate you on like the intersectionality of like being a woman and being black, right? Because it's exhausting for them in the same way that it's exhausting for me, like a bisexual guy, to explain that like I'm not just desperate for sex. Do you know what I mean? To everyone who doesn't understand bisexuality and shit. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about like if you have a marginalized identity and people are desperately asking you, like if you're a trans person and someone's asking you to explain transness to them, yeah, it's just it's exhausting, right? You know what I mean? Anyway, very good. I'll go back to playing games with the stream on too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tasmadar, I appreciate you wanting to tip, but that's the incorrect command. Shafiq has given it to you directly underneath your chat message. Yeah, we need to be there to be like, you know, explain. Look, like if you aren't you know, queer and you've heard like queer people explain queerness to you and you understand it and you get it and stuff, and someone wants to explain to him, then yeah, you're doing like a favor to like queer people to like explain our identity and what we're about and all this kind of stuff to that person, because it's exhausting for us, right? That's cool as shit, and it's absolutely valid that people don't want to be exhausted. But the problem is that lots of leftists, specifically white leftists, have like taken that to the extreme where they're like, it's not my job to educate you, Google it. And it's like, fuck me, man. It's not even that hard sometimes. Sometimes people are just acting like, sometimes people are just asking like, you know, what does communism actually mean? Or like, what are unions about and stuff like that, you know? And shit like that. So yeah, it needs to die. I agree, Femboy Echo, for sure. For those specific things, you know?
On it as well. The White House is ramping up its COVID response, announcing Americans can once again get free COVID test kits as concerns are growing over a rare
data is the most important.
And when did that happen? Yeah? When did that happen? Can you get a free COVID test in America? Because, you know, when was this being produced? Wait, you can get free COVID-19 tests to in America? Everyone can get them? Tasmadar.
Thanks for the education, Mr. Streamer.
Thank you so much, Tasmadar. Thank you so much for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess I should do a quick shout out. If everybody here doesn't know already, streaming is my full-time job. You know, I use the money that I get from tips, subbing off Twitch to pay my bills, get my groceries, pay my rent, you know, all that kind of stuff. So please consider, if you can, if you're financially able, to please sub off Twitch, right? And yeah, I would only ask you to donate the amount that you would with a regular sub. So that'd be like $5, £5, depending on how much it is, wherever you live in the world. And yeah. That's it. Twitch is a terrible platform. It doesn't do much to support even smaller streamers, not just marginalized streamers who bear the brunt of some of the worst shit on this platform. So yeah, please consider not giving 50% of the money that you spend on the stream to Twitch, and give 100% of it to me via the sub off Twitch command in chat. There you go. There's one shill done. Probably do another one in a couple of hours. Where am I at? Google has become less and less useful in the last 5 to 10 years. Exactly. Especially in an age when Google has deliberately been rewritten for the purposes of isolating and extracting money from people and not providing information. Yes, that too. Yes. And you can't get free COVID tests anymore in the States. A brief moment of communism for America. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's the hourly shill, I'm afraid. Hourly shill. Yeah, so you can't get free COVID tests anymore. So they don't do this anymore, right? You know? This is just so racist, man. It's just so fucking racist. Chat, are we still playing Chud Bingus, by the way? Because I think everybody should have like a full card by now. Let me take a look at What do we got here? Chud Bingus. Let's definitely tick off that's not biology, because they definitely get some biology stuff wrong. Every dog in a 30-mile radius barking. Yeah, definitely some racist dog whistles going on about China, for sure. Anyway, let's continue.
Important asset in the world. Those who control the data control the future, not just of humanity, but the future of life itself.
Yeah, like they're bigging up. Yeah, they're bigging up the importance of data. They're not. He doesn't fucking mean life itself. He means like the way people act under capitalism. That's what it is.
Everywhere she goes, Ouyang Haoyu is followed. What she buys, how.
Here we go, chat. It's social credit system in China. Like, I already spoke about this already, yeah? But, like, social credits, it's basically just the same as your credit score. It's exactly that. It's exactly that, yeah?
How she behaves is tracked and scored to show how responsible and trustworthy she is. It's called the... That
is credit. That's a credit score. Like, your credit score, yeah, which is... monitored by financial institutions, monitors how trustworthy you are in paying your debt to society, yeah? If you get a mortgage, if you have any kind of, like, financial event happen in your life, then your, credit score will be amended to reflect whatever it is that happened and how you dealt with it.
Social credit system. A person's reputation is scored on a scale of 350 to 950. It's big data meets Big Brother, expanding how the...
I love this shit. It's Big Brother, it's big data. Listen, man, do you think you don't have CCTV in America? What are you on about? Every house has a fucking Ring doorbell nowadays. Are you fucking stupid?
Government monitors, understands, and ultimately controls its 1.4 billion citizens.
A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens.
And information collectors are paid to report on their neighbors.
Is that right? Do they actually do that? Do they put people's addresses on, like, big screens? That's fucked if they do that, by the way.
The Supreme Court has created...
Again, like, anything that you fucking hear about, like, China, you gotta really, 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 like, take it with a pinch of salt, because all the fucking information out there is just so incorrect.
A blacklist for so-called bad citizens. Among them is this journalist. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. He was blacklisted.
Yeah, they could be sex offenders for all we know, right?
He realized when he tried to buy a train ticket.
Once you're blacklisted, you can no longer get a bank loan, start a business, buy an apartment, or even...
That guy's voice is suspiciously low. For like an overdub translation, right? You know? I wonder why. Is that because they don't actually want people to... They don't actually want people to hear what he's saying so they can translate properly and be like, he's not doing that. Yeah, exactly, Upper Milk. Yeah, literally exactly what I was saying just as I was saying it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Literally, it's so ridiculous. Like, America fucking murders troublesome journalists. Like, this is like a thing that happens. Like, you know, oh, man.
Send your children to a private school.
By using the mechanism of social credit, we'll be able to establish a blacklist of people. These punishments will serve as a whip to rebuild moral values.
And few here are willing to criticize it. Something that may pose...
Yeah, I wonder what happens if you don't uphold moral values in America.
...a risk itself for a bad score and the life that comes with it.
It may seem scary, but it's just like that here. We're used to it. And anyway, we don't have a choice.
Literally. Okay, so here we go. Social credit fact check. The only bit of social credit that has been rolled out has been for banks and other institutions, not people. There is a plan for this kind of thing experimented on in individual reasons, but the state has slapped most of that for not being practical and leading to unrest, which is the one thing the Chinese state doesn't like. Right, exactly. And this isn't us saying that, like, China is good or better than the US, right? This isn't us saying that. You know, because there are left-wing movements that, like, constantly have protests in China. You know, think about Hong Kong. Think about the Hong Kong riots and stuff like that. Who, you know, people want fucking freedom and shit like that. You know, there are bad things that China does, 100%. There are good things that China does, yeah. But the majority of the awful things that like happen in China are down to US imperialism and exported labor. So we're talking like investment from big American companies, such as literally yesterday. You know, if you're watching this VOD on the VOD channel, check out the previous VOD. Or even if you're watching the stream, you can check out the previous VOD where we learned that the Mattel factories in China have some of the worst conditions all over the world. And, you know, is Mattel a Chinese company? No, it isn't, is it? It's an American one. Yeah? They have a factory in China, don't they? Because it's cheaper to exploit laborers there. You know?
China wants obedient citizens.
Does America not want that? Does America not want obedient citizens either?
Criticism or resistance among the population is virtually non-existent.
That's not true. That is so completely incorrect. Are they gonna just not talk about? Look, I could Google this. I could fucking get this on YouTube right now. YouTube, Popular Front. If you go to the Popular Front YouTube channel, yeah, which has like journalists, grassroots journalists, independent journalists all over the world covering conflicts, yeah. One of the first things that comes up on their shorts is chased by riot cops in Hong Kong. This is literally in fucking China. You know? I'm with you. Like, this is legit evidence of people rising up against the state. Like, come on, man. You could just easily Google this shit and debunk it straight away. Not even Google it, like YouTube it, you know? Incorrect and racist. Yeah, that's right. You know? Virtually non-existent. Like, fucking that virtually is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, man.
This woman's door was kicked in by police when she refused to go to quarantine.
Now, these videos show rows of metal containers which are being used to house COVID-19 patients. Some of them have complained that very little food is left for them in the freezing metal boxes.
You got a source for that? You got a source for that reporting? The Plandemic trilogy is a world where you have to leave all of actual known reality behind. John Birch Society on hallucinogens and crack. Right. Well, the thing is that hallucinogens and crack, you know, probably much better for you than actually like watching any of this stuff. Anyway, I say that as someone who's done multiple hallucinogens and I've tried crack. So there you go. I wouldn't recommend trying crack. Don't do that. I wouldn't recommend doing any drugs. No, don't do any drugs ever. Right?
Chinese government officials now installing fences in Shanghai, blocking people from leaving their homes.
For some, Shanghai feels...
Can we see that? Can we see that stuff? Can we see some sources of that?
like the world's largest prison.
Shanghai feels like the world's largest prison. Okay. This is extremely disrespectful to Palestinians. Extremely disrespectful to Palestinians, where Gaza is actually, in fact, noted by multiple human rights organizations as the biggest open-air prison in the world, right? Also, here's the thing. Do any of these people know what it's like to be put in a prison, right? Because the screaming, you realize quickly, is ineffective. And what are they trying to do? Like, also, how do you know that they're screaming? Like, is that really screaming, or are they like saying things? And also, suddenly everyone is screaming. They're not. It would be deafening. It would be deafening if that was correct.
How does a handful
Sounds like they're whistling. Sounds like they're celebrating something.
Democrats gain total control over a population of 1.4 billion?
Yeah, I mean, like, they don't. All this stuff that you've just said is incorrect. So what you're going to say next is going to be even more incorrect, isn't it?
I have 2 master degrees, one in clinical psychology, one in statistics.
That means nothing. That means absolutely fucking nothing. I'm sorry. But like every single time, yeah, you have someone who is like, here are my credentials. I have a master's degree, etc., etc., etc. Okay. You could still be completely fucking biased towards anything that you've heard in the media or anything like that. Yeah, David fucking Cameron called Palestine an open-air prison. Imagine being to the right of a Tory on international politics. Yeah, it's absurd. Hey, Confero, I think it would be healthy if we had a big public scream every so often. Yeah, me too. Me too, actually, yeah.
And at the beginning of the crisis, I started to study the statistics a little bit. The initial mathematical models and the initial statistics all had dramatically overrated the dangerousness of...
Oh, dude. For a start, these numbers on the screen, we don't know, yeah? We don't know when this data was collected. This data might have been collected like, you know, this thing came out this year. It came out like in a few fucking days ago, yeah? Or like a month ago or something, yeah? So it's like, you know, they're talking about data that is like probably outdated. Not even outdated, sorry, like data that is like how things are nowadays after most people have done the vaccine and having boosters and stuff, right?
The virus. That was the moment when I started to think how...
Like, literally, fuck you, man. Like, fuck you. Anyone who's had COVID, like, I'm literally recovering from post-viral fatigue from COVID right now. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally recovering from long fucking COVID, right? Or like a variant of it or something like that. Yeah, like, fuck you. You know? There's people who died from COVID. I know someone who knows someone who died from COVID. Like, this is a legitimate thing that happened. DeSantis literally cooked the books on COVID data. Exactly. People changed COVID data so they could make people go out and work again. It all comes down to this thing again, right? It all comes down to this thing again. Yeah? Where it's like, okay, you don't want people to be forced to have vaccines. Guess what? You don't have to have a vaccine. No one's forcing you to do that. Yeah? The government's not forcing you to do that. You don't want lockdowns. Okay. No lockdowns. There hasn't been a lockdown in like 3 fucking years, 2 years. Yeah? It's not happening. You know? And again, like, oh my God, COVID's not that bad. Well, no one's fucking monitoring it properly, are they? Because they just want you to go back to work. Yeah? It's just all fundamentally so wrong.
It was possible that an entire society and an entire population was in the grip of a narrative which in many respects was blatantly wrong.
It wasn't blatantly wrong though, was it? COVID is very dangerous and it has fucked a lot of people up. It's given a lot of people disabilities. It's given a lot of people... I know someone who got COVID and got fucking diabetes from it. Nuts. Yeah? The age-specific survival rates listed in the post did not come from the CDC, however. CDC spokesperson Jasmine Reed told PolitiFact that the agency has not released any age-specific COVID-19 survival rates, nor does it have mortality rates available. Interesting. So there you go, and there's a link there that you can go and check out, eu.statesman.com/story/news/politics/PolitiFact 2020. Fact check, does CDC release COVID-19 survival rates? So you could go ahead and Google that. Thank you, Ashrand. Appreciate that.
After a few months...
I got COVID 2 years ago and I'm still not fully back to how healthy I was before. Shit was rough. Yep. When I got COVID, it was the worst thing I've ever got. Like any kind of illness I've ever had. It was so bad. I felt like my body was trying to fucking kill me. My mum still hasn't got a sense of smell back from an early diagnosis. She was immune compromised from beating cancer, so thankfully my fam still masked as a result. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad, dude. I encountered people online today bragging that they got sick and didn't test for COVID. I mean, what is there to brag about? It's just like that the COVID tests aren't accurate. That's all it is. There's nothing good about that. That's just another example of capitalism being inefficient at dealing with COVID, right? The only thing I could taste for months was those ridiculously spicy ramen packets. Shit, femboy. Yeah, I remember when my sense of smell was fucked up. Thankfully, I got it back, and my sense of taste as well. Because I know that some people that can affect you for like the rest of your life. It's so fucked, so incredibly fucked. Get your boosters, chat. I really fucking regret not getting my booster, because that's what fucked me up like over these last few months, like getting COVID from my fucking dad. You know,
it became clear to me that the only mechanism that could explain what was happening in society was what is usually referred to as mass formation.
Mass information, bro. The call is coming from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house.
Mass formation is identical to hypnosis. And this term refers to a specific kind of group formation, which has very special characteristic effects.
Bro, that was literally a joke. You just saw a joke, man. Good God.
At the level of individual mental functioning. And one of these effects...
Also, that guy's just wearing... Hold up a second. Hold up a second. That guy's just wearing a mask because he's on a bike in an urban area where there's loads of fucking car fumes. Get out of town.
Mental functioning. And one of these effects is that an individual that is in the grip of mass formation typically lose every capacity.
That's not a COVID thing that you just saw. So they're talking about mass brainwashing, but he's like saying mass formation, and he's saying it's the same as hypnosis, right? And as leftists, we all know that there are definitely some truths to what he's saying, because one of the aspects of mass misinformation, if that's what he's trying to say, yeah, is that people think that there's no possible way to exist in the world without capitalism, right? Do you know what I mean? The only folk who get boosters in the UK are those that GPs list as being high risk. I'm not being funny, but like I legitimately went in there and she was like, have you got any elderly relatives? And I said, yeah. And she said, you can just have one because nobody's getting him. Even high risk people aren't getting him. We got loads to go around, so I'll just put you down as a carer. So that's like legit a thing that you could do. You know what I mean? Don't go in there and say that DJ Muel from Twitch told me to say that. But give it a go, because doctors and nurses know what's up and they're nice. You know what I mean? My immune system is fucked and I'm likely to use the bus more. Do I go half mask or full face gas mask on the bus to freak people out, protecting myself from COVID? Right, exactly. Just wear like a what is it, N95 mask, you know?
To take a critical distance from what they believe in, from what the group believes in.
You would think it would be people with lower IQ.
Bro, he's interviewing himself. You have to be shitting me, dude. He's interviewing himself for his own documentary. I can't get over this guy.
That would be more susceptible to this, but it seems to be.
Oh no. Wait. So he. No, I can't. Did it say father filmmaker? Did it actually say that? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hang on a minute. What's happening here?
From what they believe in, from what the group...
What's happening here?
You would think it would be...
He says father filmmaker. Okay, listen, right? Listen. So he's like done this shot where it looks like he's being interviewed. Like that's when I immediately saw that, I was like, oh, he's interviewing himself. That's what's going on. But so in most documentaries, you don't see the interviewer because interviewers are like, you know, documentary makers. They're not egocentric. They're doing a thing, right? They're doing a thing. It is funny. This shit is fucking funny. You know? I'm looking at permanent and reusable filter masks. Yeah, that shit's important for sure. N95s are good for now. They're disposable, unfortunately, but they last for a long time. Yeah, people with lower IQs, like, yeah, I just believing in IQ in general, like, you know. There's either people who believe in IQ with ignorance because people just say it all the time, or you know, people who legitimately are talking about, like, quote unquote, degenerates. You know what I mean? People who aren't white, right? His label always had father in the front. Looks like he took out the activist part. Wait, did he used to call himself an activist? That's very funny.
With lower IQs that would be more susceptible to this, but it seems to be the other way around.
So who's this?
You seen this?
I have seen this, and it does seem to.
Damn, so like, even if you believe in this IQ bullshit, right? He's like talking like, oh my god, all these smart people believe in these. Like, essentially what he's saying is like, all these really intelligent people are believing in this science where, like, you have a vaccine and it helps your, you know, it helps you resist this disease. It's so bizarre. You would think it would be idiots that would believe in this. But no, it's all these really clever people.
Be predicted by educational.
Author, United States of Fear. Yeah, I immediately... Oh, it's one of these guys that's got MD in his name.
Status and IQ.
We look to be verified for our belief system, right? And so a doc...
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I know I'm not always correct, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't in, like, cartoons back in the day... Yeah, back in the day, I'm talking, like, fucking... you know, in the 50s and the 40s and stuff... Didn't they used to take the piss out of doctors who, like, said that they had like an MD, yeah, on the end of their name, and they would always be portrayed as like quacks with like bad remedies and stuff, right? You know? I have literally no immune protection if I get COVID and no money, so I need a not disposable option. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. All these experts with their so-called knowledge. What if I just changed my last name to MD? Would that be legal?
Goes to the CDC. The CDC
it just includes MD. Here we go.
True.
Del Bigtree, the host of what did that say? Heatwire or something?
That zone.
Man, this guy is.
People outside of the system go, well, I want to challenge the CDC here for a second. Where's this study come from? Where's it? You know, and that's what I do.
All of these people were kept out of the conversation.
All I can comment
and you were wanting me to sign onto a social contract where the scientific method isn't being used.
I'm not interested in medical pedigree. I'm interested in medical consensus.
People who are highly intelligent tend to go and get a lot of degrees. Those people have...
Not true. Not fucking true. Del Bigtree is a space mutiny name. Yeah.
Spent so many years in institutions to get those degrees that they have developed a trust and confidence in not only the educational institutions, but those that support them, which are largely...
Right, look, again, this is like a grain of truth that is leading to like a big lie, right? So we know, yeah, because we hear about this stuff all the time, you know, like people who like professors and they become like staunch anti-leftists and like, you know, anti-communist and they hate it. You know, Jordan Peterson is a fantastic example, right? He's a fantastic example. And also, very, very funny that this person would, like, talk about these people. Oh, yeah, these people who get loads of degrees and stuff like that. Bro, you had, what's-his-face, fucking Malone on your show just a fucking, like, you know, few minutes ago where you're talking about, like, you know, using him as an example. It's like, oh, yeah, he's clever because he's, like... And you got, like, a guy with an MD and shit. And you got like a guy who said like, I have a master's degree in this and this and this. So he's completely being hypocritical on his own documentary, right?
And so they start from the place.
No, not Post Malone.
By the university, by the government. It's probably going to be true.
What I've learned about science is that it's really they're looking at like a fragment of the world and it's all they see. It's all they're looking at. The world, they don't see the world.
So I think that there's...
What do you mean by that? Reading Mark McDonald MD's Google reviews, it's all COVID deniers, giving him 5 stars, standing up for truth and not clients of his. He's a psychiatrist, so he's got like a COVID denial psychiatrist. He might have just had Jordan Peterson on. Do you know what I mean? To be like, oh look, here's a smart guy who knows that like COVID is bad. COVID is fake, right?
Between people who are smart and have lots of degrees with actual reality, with the lived experience of nature, of life, that you don't see with people who are actually working with their hands outdoors.
Right, and what has that got to do with anything?
All of the time.
A mass formation typically emerges in a society when very specific conditions are met. First and for all, the most central condition is a major part of the population needs to feel lonely.
Right. They're recuperating leftist talking points here. Again, they're talking about alienation. They're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about alienation now, right? But it's not going to go anywhere. So what, we've got like London, an empty bowling alley that looks like stock footage. This also looks like stock footage.
The real pandemic here is...
Who's this? Zev Zelenko? I feel like I heard of this guy before. Hey Rohamild, how you doing? Why does he look like the Giga Chad meme? No, he doesn't. He's just like generically attractive. He's aesthetically pleasing. You know, alienation is the problem, and the only solution is to buy more stuff, right?
The psychological warfare that's being waged on every single human being. See, if you take a human being and you...
Okay, this stuff is gross because, like, what I think is happening here is I think that this is, like, footage of, like, someone who's suffering with dementia who's, like, sundowning. Because there's, like, a lot of footage of this stuff on YouTube and TikTok and stuff.
Put them in the
and he's like using it for his fucking video.
Fear state. And you couple that with human isolation.
It is. It's a video of someone in a care home.
What happens? They psychologically decompensate and live in such emotional pain that they will gravitate in an irrational way to anything that you promise them will alleviate that pain.
Bro, like that is the truth. What they're talking about is capitalism here. They're talking about capitalism here, and they're talking about how Big Pharma exploits people, right? But they're not going to talk about... They're only going to talk about it in relation to COVID. They're not going to talk about it in terms of like, oh, well, the price of insulin is like fucking $150 a week or some shit. Do you know what I mean?
Once people feel disconnected from their environment, they will typically start to experience a lack of meaning making in life.
Yes, you're talking about alienation under capitalism.
Conditions, if a narrative is distributed through the mass media, indicating an object of anxiety and a strategy to deal with this object of anxiety, they suddenly, connect to one small object of fear, for instance, the coronavirus, and afterwards, people don't feel lonely anymore.
Okay, watch this, chat. Are you ready? Right? Watch this, right?
Once people feel disconnected from their environment,
Once people feel disconnected from their environment,
they will typically start to experience a lack of meaning making in life.
They will typically experience a lack of meaning making in life. So this is true. This bit is true, yeah?
And under these conditions, if a narrative is distributed,
and under these conditions, if a narrative is distributed, a narrative. The idea that there's a big conspiracy going on here is kind of a narrative, don't you think? Don't you think, chat? What do you reckon? Hey? Hey? Hey?
Through the mass media.
Not through the mass media, though. So that's how you know it's real, right? That's how you know it's true, because it's not through the mass media.
Indicating an object of anxiety.
An object of anxiety, like a global communist plot to destroy the world.
And a strategy to deal with this object of anxiety.
And a strategy to deal with the object of anxiety, like rise up and wake up, right?
They suddenly, connect to one small object of fear, for instance.
They connect to that one small object of fear, like the communist plot, right?
Coronavirus. And afterwards, people don't feel lonely anymore.
Now you don't feel lonely anymore because you know that there's loads of people who believe in you. Just like All the people in the comments here, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, am I the only person who clapped and cried at this? The film's reached over 1 million people in 1 month. My mind is completely blown apart. Gonna share it with my loved ones. Appreciate it so much. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This was like one of the big things, right? This was one of the big things for me. Was a friend, when I was talking about how much I like really was into like conspiracy theories like Zeitgeist and Bush did 9/11 and you know, there's like aliens and shit like that and they're controlling people and stuff like that. One of my good friends turned around to me and said, what if the conspiracy theorists are lying to you? Right? What if the conspiracy theorists are lying to you? And I went, fucking, like, mind blown. I was like, whoa, shit, dude. Fuck. And then I started questioning all the shit that, like, conspiracy theorists were coming out. And then I was lucky enough to go to university, get myself in 60 fucking thousand pounds worth of debt, and, hey ho, learn some critical thinking. And that shit just all got pushed out of my brain.
They feel connected again.
Let me hear it if you've had the Pfizer vaccine. Let me hear it from Moderna. AstraZeneca. Let's hear it from the anti-vaxxers.
I mean, look, right? There's definitely something to say about the way that people who didn't want the vaccine were demonized, right? There's definitely something to say about that. If you want to not take your vaccine, like any vaccine or stuff like that, cool. That's your right. I don't think any communist would turn around and say, that's absurd, you're going to kill people, blah, 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 right? I think some would. But, like, look, the reality is that it's more likely that you're going to die if you don't take the vaccine. That's the fucking reality. Yeah, because once COVID mutates, right, through people who've, like, you know, taken too many vaccines and shit like that, the first people it's going to try and fucking, you know, lodge in their bodies are people who've not had the vaccine, right? So that's an unfortunate reality and it sucks. But if that's your choice and you don't want to do it because you don't trust Big Pharma and shit, do you know what, man? I get it. Like, I fully get it. Like, I understand, like, because I fundamentally don't trust corporations, yeah? So we can connect with people on that level and we can go, you know what, man? I understand why you don't trust a company that is out there to make a profit. Because, yes, they're probably not going to make an efficient vaccine. They're probably not going to make something that is, like, genuinely a cure or, like, prevent, you know, a disease that they can make a profit out of. If they figure out they can make a profit out of it, they will. Yeah? You know? Mostly it's their kids and their families who don't know better, where scientists do not like anti-vaxxers one bit. Yeah, no, of course. Of course, it sucks for, like, the people's family. If you want vaccine freedom and you don't want to, like, have your vaccine and shit like that, cool. But you shouldn't stop your kids from having the vaccine. You shouldn't stop your family members from having the vaccine. That's abusive, right? Let them do what they want to do. And they'll find out, won't they? You know what I mean? I would a little bit more self-preservation thing. Again, these fuckers, among others, are part of the reason I have to wear a mask outside for life or risk of death, so fuck them. Yeah, but it's the system that's made them like that, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's the system that's made them like that. Like this, all this conspiracy theory shit is part of the system, right? Fascists, QAnoners, stuff like that. They don't realize it, but they're doing the work of the system. Yeah, because no system of elites wants people to like stay inside and not do any work and, you know what I mean, be healthy, right? We know this as leftists, don't we? Right? And they're a product of that. They're actually a product of that. They have no idea that they are helping the people in charge. Some of them do, because those are the people that are like funding documentaries like this. Those are the people that are like, you know, in these conservative right-wing think tanks. They're in private healthcare companies and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? You know, the reason that you have to wear a mask outside for life or risk of death is because the government doesn't give a fuck about COVID. what it is. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them. The elites want capital flow and they don't care about people. That's right, Ida. Welcome back. Something of a hardliner on public health and disability. Hey, listen, you know, I fully agree. I fully agree. Right? I get it. I completely understand it. You know what I mean? But it's the system that's got to change. And then people won't suffer. And that's it. You know what I mean?
The new kind of social bond is highly problematic, just because the connections between the individuals even deteriorate more, and the bond between the individual and the collective becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, which make them willing to sacrifice everything for the collective. Its health, its wealth, the future of its children, everything. Something else that is really characteristic of individuals in mass formation is that
fucking Nick Cohen article just there.
They become radically intolerant for dissonant voices.
The people who are not getting vaccines, it's time to start shaming them. What else? Or leave them behind.
But here's the thing, right? Shaming them doesn't do anything, right? That's my fundamental argument. You can't shame someone into doing anything. That's just a fucking fact, right? Because someone can only feel shame when they understand the way of thinking that allows shame to happen. Yeah? Exactly. They just feel vindicated. That's what it is. You know? Hey, Trip Maverick, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah? Like, and that's why this, so, you know, we're talking about like the systems that's made these people like this. We're seeing this now, and they're openly saying it, and they're saying this is why we feel fucking horrible. This is why we feel vindicated in our choice, right? Because the system is there like, we need to shame these people. We need to make them feel like shit. And it's like, where does that get us, man? Where does that get us? It gets us here, where disabled people have to be fucking terrified of going out every fucking day and getting this disease that can fucking kill them, right? They thrive from the attention. They're smarter than us. I don't know what you're fucking on about, Trip. I don't know what you're on about, man. They're smarter than us. I don't know what you're fucking on about, man.
Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you.
They have the knowledge. What are you talking about? What are you on about? Now look, this kind of thing is fine. If you have like a talking head guy, I've seen this clip before. I had like a literal like zap, brain zap moment recently, yeah? Like just now. I've seen this clip before, and I was saying the exact same thing. If someone is there handing out pamphlets and like trying to like tell people to like, you know what I mean? Etc, 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 yeah? You know? You should absolutely shame people for doing that. For like promoting this misinformation. Yeah? 100%. These are the people who are like stepping up, and they're starting to become people who are like giving people these ideas that like you can just go around and like fucking have COVID parties and all this kind of stuff. Yeah? This is fucked. But just someone who's genuinely like an idiot, and they believe all these lies, and they're just going about their life. You can't shame that person into doing anything. You can't. You can't. People who are like, you know, who have the time, who have the energy, who want to be advocates for like, you know, our disabled comrades, and just anyone really, because it's not just disabled people that will die from this. It's loads of people, right? You know what I mean? Should extend grace to these people and try and educate them as best we can. Right? That's all you can fucking do. That's all you can fucking do. And there's only so much of that you can do without like funding and organizing and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of like the NFT thing. Like, where do you get in shaming someone who's fallen for an NFT scam? Right? What's that gonna do? They have no money. They put in all their fucking savings into this NFT. They've been fucking duped, yeah, by the system. And you as a leftist are going to shame him for being duped, right? Just because they wanted to escape capitalism? Fundamentally absurd, right? Because what are you going to get from that? Like, what are you gonna get? You know what I mean?
We have to stop coddling the morons who will not get the shot.
Get away from me,
Put it on. Does it bother anybody else that she doesn't have to wear a mask that we all do?
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country?
You're a schmuck for not wearing a mask.
And just say it's mandatory to get vaccinated.
Screw your freedom.
People who do not go along with the masses are stigmatized, and in the end, the masses are inclined to destroy the people who do not go along with them. And they do so as if it is an ethical duty to do so.
Getting good people to do bad things, harmful things, while thinking they're good things, it's a dangerous place to be because it looks great. You feel great while you're being used.
They will sacrifice themselves, and they see it as a virtue because it demonstrates their complete obedience to the cult, to the group, to perform ritualistic behavior which causes them harm.
One of the most clear examples of this
Stalin.
when the
Stalin
leaders
footage.
of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union were sentenced to death, often tortured to death. They did not object. They said things like, if this helps the Communist Party, it's my pleasure to do it.
No, they didn't, dude. Virtue signaling, take that off your fucking cards. It's right there. Sacrificing yourself to appear obedient to a group. Damn, sounds like somebody who didn't get vaccinated. Right? Exactly. Exactly. Where am I at? Where am I at now? Virtue signaling, there it is. Ticked off.
That's something that was observed in all major...
I know, calling him a fucking...
history.
You know? Calling that guy, the ginger guy comedian is such a stretch.
I was born in communist China 2 years before
Not communist.
Mao started his cultural revolution. So we had to be indoctrinated.
Oh, right. Actually communist China. Okay. But still not actual proper communism. Like authoritarian state communism. Okay. Just to, you know, just to make sure we're talking about the facts here.
And chanting slogans and holding Chairman Mao's little red books to say long live Chairman Mao, long live Communist Party.
Inspired by Soviet Union dictators, Vladimir Lenin and Joseph Stalin.
Okay. Point to me when Lenin was a dictator, man. Point to me, like, I have no problem with you saying Stalin was a dictator because he was. But fucking point to me when Lenin was a dictator, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god.
China's communist leader, Mao Zedong, borrowed from the playbook of the Russian Revolution. To fight anti-communist forces, Lenin organized a military branch of his Communist Party,
yeah, based.
known as the Red Army.
Yeah, pretty based.
Following suit, Mao branded his army the Red Guards.
Yeah, pretty based.
However, Mao's soldiers were not enlisted from his military. His Red Guards were made up of high school and university students.
So he used young people.
Bro, what are you talking about? Damn, like the US military has never used high school or university students. They've definitely never, ever used high school or university students, coerced them to be in the army, to do the violence of the state. Yeah. You know? Also, yeah, Stalin and Mao loved each other. They loved each other, didn't they, as well? Stalin and Mao famously loved each other. You know? God damn it, man.
To start cultural...
Yeah, I can't take anything Americans say about long live the chairman when these motherfuckers stand for the flag every day at school. Exactly.
To top down statues, burning old buildings, and demonize all religions, going after all dissident voices.
Yeah, sounds based.
To turn all the Chinese against each other, family turn on each other, neighbors turn on each other.
Chairman Mao,
based.
as he was known,
pretty fucking based,
was deeply influenced by Lenin's ideas on Marxism and revolution, and often praised Stalin as a great leader.
He started his Great Leap Forward campaign.
Is that true? Did Mao say how good Stalin was, or was that just to keep him sweet, you know?
50s. and killed 2 million landlord owners, 40 million.
Damn. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Did he kill landlords? Fuck, man. That's so bad. That's so bad for everybody, isn't it? You know? Shit, man. One of the worst things to ever happen.
Meaning to 60 million people estimated starving to death. The people were trading their children's dead bodies to eat, to survive. Can't believe.
Did this happen? I'm pretty... Listen, I know some bad shit went down in, like, authoritarian dictatorships, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm fucking joking in, like... I'm being tongue-in-cheek here, sort of like, you know... I don't advocate for the killing of landlords, even though I am aggressively anti-landlord, yeah? But... Did they eat their babies? Did they eat their fucking babies? Did that really happen, man? You know? The US military famously driving students into debt to make the military look more appealing. Never did that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Was there not a short period they liked each other? Yeah, I don't know. Why would a military organization recruit from young and able-bodied population? Mm-hmm. She's conflating the Great Leap Forward with the Cultural Revolution? Yeah, I think so.
Was everywhere.
Through war, torture, execution, and famine, Chairman Mao caused the death of 80 million innocent people, making...
Is that true? Is that true? Is this like gajillion, bajillion? Is this gajillion, bajillion dead communism iPhone vuvuzela? You know, look, probably definitely people died. In authoritarian communist states and shit like that, but you know, should we talk about how many people died under capitalism? You know, should we talk about that?
him the deadliest dictator of all.
This is that meme of that North Korean lady on the Joe Rogan podcast. No. It's literally like they're doing the same thing. They're getting this like one lady who, like, you know, she says that she was born 2 years before the revolution. So when the revolution was happening, she was a child, right? So she probably got told a bunch of this stuff when she was a kid, like people are eating each other, people are eating each other's babies, right? And she like believed it, and she like escaped, and now she lives in the USA or something. You know what I mean? You know? The famine was mostly due to dumb farming practices. Yeah, and I'm sure there's people that would argue that like there was probably an element of IMF and you know, meddling from the CIA, and people saying don't trade with China, don't give them like your fertilizers and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Just like Ronald Reagan personally murdered the millions of Americans who died while he was president. Yeah, literally.
All time.
China shaved the heads.
Yeah, compare that to North American native genocide. Yeah, well, not just the North American native genocide, the whole Native American genocide. You know, North and South. Fucking hell. You know, because let's not pretend that the you know, the forces that did that were unaware of it. You know.
Women. Put them all in unattractive asexual clothes. Did the same thing for the men. This technique has been used in the 20th century by every...
Oh, here we go, chat. Here we go. Transgenderism, it's going to happen.
Totalitarian regime.
The Mao wanted to create...
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Every totalitarian regime. No. Not true.
A genderless society. That's why girls like me...
Based. Fucking damn, Chairman Mao was way more based than I thought he was, man.
Cannot wear beautiful clothes. And
tell me how gender serves us. Right? Anyone who's watching this VOD on YouTube who like believes any of this fucking nonsense, tell me how gender serves us. How does gender benefit us? You know?
Cannot do makeup. We have to just look like boys, unisex, no gender.
Fuck yeah, let's go, man. Like, so what you're saying is the man who said Hold up. How do I find this? How do I find this fucking thing? How do I find this thing? So you're saying to me, and this isn't just like random thing, this is like a legit quote, yeah? You're saying that the guy who said this wanted women to be equal to men? Is that what you're saying? Because damn. That's pretty fucking based. That's pretty fucking based, man. You know? And I'm absolutely fucking certain that they didn't make women not wear makeup. I'm absolutely fucking certain. It sounds so completely incorrect.
They asexualize the population so that there's no more desire, no more bipolarity of male and female. Everybody looks like...
We have to look like boys, so there was unisex and no gender. Yeah, exactly. What is it? Did they make you look like boys, or was there no gender in society? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Automaton. And then what do? Rather than turning towards one another, they turn towards the state.
So the only thing left for me, a child to believe in, is communism. And the Mao was the new god.
Yeah, pretty based. Let's go. Let's go, man. Like, they're showing all these, like, happy people, like, yay! We're so happy the revolution was a success. And they're like, God, this is so terrible. This is so terrible. Also, hang on a minute. All these women have long hair. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Every single woman I'm seeing here has long hair. So you're showing footage that shows that the thing that you just said was a lie? Bro, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Care to read off the change in Chinese life expectancy during Mao? Yeah, right, exactly. Damn, I wonder, like, everyone talks about all these things, like all these terrible things that he did. But like, did you hear about like the emperors of China? Do you know what kind of things they did? Right? The music and the images do not go together at all.
Now, in China, the government is not only cracking down on Muslims, but on other religions as well, as it pushes to assert communist ideology.
Here's something else that is...
Yeah, I mean, like, this is like a thing that is happening now. Like, they're like, history, timeline, no one cares, whatever.
Banned in China. Falun Gong, a religious...
Oh, no, they have exactly the same criticisms that they do of Castro. 1,000%. 1,000%, you know?
Movement that emphasizes on spiritual enlightenment and cultivation of virtue.
5,000-year-old Chinese civilization were founded on faith. Communist regime is atheist. So any philosophies which encourage people to believe God, believe good things, it's something they...
Yeah, unfun fact. The red book you see there is banned in China. The first edition had some ideas that are not popular in China anymore. Yeah, wow. Crazy.
They don't like. I decided to escape China after serious persecution I have experienced.
Under this pretext of...
Dude. The fucking USA had, like, camps on the border of China wherever they could, yeah, where they were like, oh, what's that? You want to get out of China? No problem, man. You come right over here. We're sorted. Do you know what I mean? Fuck me, man.
COVID-19 coronavirus, the Chinese Communist Party has intensified its persecution.
So random images of like police doing police stuff. Do you know what I mean?
We were arrested several times and detained.
Falun Gong is the cult that runs Shenyun. So Falun Gong practitioner. So it's like a what, like a proper cult kind of thing.
In various detention and brainwashing centers.
Over the past few years, a vast network of camps has been built across Xinjiang.
Things like the Epoch Time News. Yeah.
Easy it is to be singled out by the Chinese government.
Okay, so like Falun Gong, Hey, Asher the Dragon. Oh no, not Falun Gong, the homophobic, anti-atheist, anti-miscegenation, anti-evolution, anti-medicine cult religion. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Like, didn't someone... I'm fairly certain someone did a video on Falun Gong. Sophie did a fucking video on Falun Gong. That's right. It has a fucking swastika as the main, like, thing. Even though, like, it's obviously not... It might be like the more Eastern influenced swastika, like the original one, but still, like, you know, they're anti all these things. You know what I mean?
For education and training.
The U.S. Defense Department.
You watched that today?
As many as 3 million are being forcibly detained in re-education and forced labor camps. China.
So it's like, all right, they're doing all this stuff, right? You want to talk about Trump's Muslim ban? No. You know,
calls them thought
you want to talk about like the concentration camps at the fucking borders of all the, you know, the imperial cause borders at Mexico, borders at Turkey, stopping fucking anyone like not white getting into the fucking imperial core. You want to talk about that?
Information camps.
You know, again, this isn't like whataboutism. This is just kind of like, yes, this is no different from other authoritarian states in the imperial core, right?
Prevent extremism from spreading, but reports indicate they're more like prisons.
When I was detained in detention center, I was handcuffed and hung over a radiator pipe with my toes barely touching the ground. And I was...
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I like believe that will happen to you, but like at the same time, what do you think they do in the prisons in the US? You know? God damn it. Wild to me that Mike Chen, the Strictly Dumpling guy, is a Falun Gong practitioner. What? I don't know who that is. Strictly Dumpling.
Hung over there for 3 days. The CCP guards brought 4 male detainees into my cell and began one of the worst experiences of torture. And on the brink of death, I realized... Right. You want to talk about the fact that every single country in the Imperial Core has a significant party whose entire platform is hating Middle Eastern people, specifically Muslims. Right. Exactly. I could do nothing but turn to my belief. So I pray to be saved.
And then by coincidence, you were made safe because... What happened? Did you escape prison? Did someone blow you out of prison? Or are they not going to talk about how she got out of prison?
Moments later, one of the 4 male detainees suddenly fainted on the floor, which interrupted the torture.
And how did you get out? You prayed for freedom, and how did you get out? Did they just let you go? Is that what happened? Because that's probably what happened, isn't it? Let's face it. You know? It's still bad. I'm not saying that any of this is good, by the way. I'm not saying that the way that she was treated, if that's the way she was treated, fuck that. That's fucked, right? But again, they're making out that this is like worse than the USA's prison system. And it absolutely isn't. It's like these things are the same. Do you know what I mean? If you want to criticize China for this, you should criticize America for this stuff. You know? Hey Muel, I've been binging so much Red Planet VODs recently, so inspirational. Congrats on being the first one of the crew I caught live. I'm feeling privileged. Thanks for enjoying Red Planet. It's really important.
I left China because my parents were heavily...
They're all Falun Gong. They got all like the worst cult people who like they're in this like horrible cult that like probably attacks people and shit like that, and they just got people from Falun Gong to talk in this documentary. You have to be kidding me, dude.
Persecuted for their practice of Falun Gong. From age 1 to age 5, my grandparents were taking care of me because
CCP refugee. Okay, man.
My parents, they were always inside some dark cells being tortured. My first clear memory of my mother, I was brought to a brainwashing center and saw her being tied up to a chair with like people behind her guarding her, and she had a very thick plastic tube inserted into her nose, and she was being force-fed at the time. She just looked like she was in so much pain, and I was 5 at the time. It's just very traumatizing.
Yeah, that would be traumatizing, and it sucks. Like, that shit is fucked. Again, though, like, they're spending a lot of time on these, like, 3 or 4 people that they found from this specifically horrific cult, you know, whose parents have been in prison, they've been in prison, you know, these things have happened, and they're, like, using this. They're using these people's pain to make people, like, more racist to Chinese people. Like, that's what's happening through, like, the COVID documentary shit, right? Like, COVID denial documentary stuff.
My school principal actually came to me several times.
Like, it's actually fucked that these people are being exploited in this way. Do you know what I mean? It's, like, actually really annoying and upsetting.
Not to be a part of my parents and to report any activity that my parents would do.
Yeah, they all got that little red book that you can't get anymore.
The younger generation.
The young people are used today to do the American Cultural Revolution, to turn the kids basically not to trust their parents anymore.
Wait, what?
And say, oh, my parents don't understand me, I'm confused, so I need to turn to my teachers, turn to other...
Oh, no, here it is, chat. It's the transgenderism. Oh, I fucking knew it, man. I fucking knew it. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is.
The authority figures. Look at the Mao's Cultural Revolution to say how many similarities are there.
0. There are 0. 0 similarities, actually. There are 0 similarities. Lots and lots of people disagreeing and you know, protest and burning flags and all this stuff. Like, one is burning a flag and one is setting on fire like some documents or something. I don't know what that was. Tearing down, like, you know, statues of people who've done bad things. Yes, this is based, actually. Yeah, the fucking Damn, this is fucking funny, man. This is fucking funny.
That's not.
And also, like, yeah, like, you know, oh, damn, there are some, like, communists and base people in America that, like, want to, like, tear down statues of terrible people. Like, yeah, cool, man.
Joke. That will happen.
You were happy with what was happening in the USSR between 1917.
Critique of it. That's what we're Maoists.
What about USSR? What about USSR, bro? And they found, like, the one guy was like, oh, I'm a Maoist.
We make a critique of it in order to improve socialism the next time it comes around and throws people like your ass into a labor camp.
They found like the one, like, actual Maoist. Or maybe they knew that there was, like, a bunch of, like, you know, Maoists hanging out at that one place, and they were like, yeah, let's fucking get this guy, man. Let's get this guy.
Yesterday, I asked ChatGPT, are there any similarities between today's woke revolution and Chairman Mao's cultural...
Are we really doing this? Are we really actually doing this? Are we really actually doing this? I asked ChatGPT, weren't you, like, criticizing, right? Weren't you criticizing that guy at Davos, right, just before, saying that, like, the future is AI and the metaverse and all that stuff? You were, weren't you? In fact, I know that you were, because actually I could just go back to that bit in the documentary very easily. And now you're referring to a guy, yeah? You're referring to a guy who's talking about putting in something into ChatGPT. By the way, also it's Bill Maher. It sounds like Bill Maher, doesn't it? It's going to be Bill Maher, right? AI is fine when it agrees with the point I'm trying to make. And the only reason it agrees with the point I'm trying to make is because I made it up. Is he going to show proof that this is legit?
Revolution of the 1960s, and it wrote back, "How long do you have?"
Right, so he's not even being serious. He's actually making a joke. How long do you have? It wrote back, how long do you have? What you want about, bro? So he's also admitting that, like, he uses ChatGPT to write his jokes. Because that's definitely where he got that from, because it's not funny.
We recognize that government is absolutely necessary for an orderly
ChatGPT, write me a joke about woke cultural revolution and Chairman Mao.
society. But following the dictum that government, like fire, is both beneficial and dangerous, we believe in the concept of limited government.
Right. This guy's talking about democracy in like 1960s America, man. You have to be fucking kidding me. This guy is like the fucking Alex Jones of his day. Yeah? The Alex fucking Jones of his day.
And we believe that the constitutional republic created by our founding fathers is
slave owners.
The best form of limited government that has yet been devised by man.
Right. And it's unfortunate in that you're wrong in that, isn't it? Because you are.
A republic is a limited democracy. It's a form of government based upon the principle of limited majority rule.
So you agree it's a limited democracy. It's not actual democracy. So he doesn't want unlimited democracy. Because that's too bad, actually.
Limited so that the minority, even a minority of one, can be protected against the whims and passions of the majority. Now, democracy is a form of government based upon the principle of majority rule.
Smells like American exceptionism.
Easy
Exceptionalism.
Yeah. And I might add, deadly.
The fathers of philosophy,
okay.
Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle were all
the fathers of philosophy, yeah. They're definitely the fathers of philosophy. So no like Middle Eastern people, no Native Americans, no, you know what I mean, no Chinese philosophers or anything like that. Ancient Chinese, Japanese, African. Fuck off, man. It's just so cringe, isn't it? It's like, white people, we're the smartest.
staunch critics of democracy.
Also, like, Socrates and all them, like, you know, they wouldn't even be classified as white under, like, white supremacism. Do you know what I mean? If like, genuine chuds are, like, checking this out and going, yeah, man, the white guys, they, like, Greeks were, like, legitimately thought of as, like, swarthy. You know what I mean? Which is basically like a German word. Svart means like black. You know what I mean? I think Schwarz means black in German. I might be wrong, or Schwarz, or I don't know. Definitely in Dutch, Svart means like black, right? And that was the foundation of the word swarthy. Yeah, Schwarz is black. Yeah, and like Greeks were absolutely considered, you know, swarthy, which is like not white enough. You know what I mean?
History's greatest minds all observed that even a well-intentioned...
They definitely weren't this white. 1,000%. They definitely weren't this fucking white.
...a democracy can breed deception, division, and ultimately total control by the state.
Aristotle wrote that democracy is not just the rule of the majority. Democracy is a system in which the majority is in charge, respecting the basic elementary rights and principles of minorities. If not, democracy becomes a tyranny of the majority.
Right, which is what's happening right now in multiple imperial core countries, right? But it's not a tyranny of the majority, it's a tyranny of the people who have power, right? So this thing that, like, I don't know if Aristotle said this, because they're all just making stuff up here, right? Do you know what I mean? And like, you know, they're implying that like cis-het white people are the minority. That's what's going on here. They're implying that like the majority is the minority, right? That's what they're saying. But the true reality of it is that the majority is causing a tyranny towards minorities, which is anyone who's not white, cis, het, men, yeah?
Socrates himself became a victim of this very process. He was sentenced
Plato had several dialogues that he argues for what we would call eugenics today. Right, yeah, exactly.
to death by a majority vote for protesting the rights and protections of the minority.
This happens. It's happening now. It's happening now in America. What are you talking about? It's so stupid, man.
It was founded on the principle that the individual is sovereign over...
Okay, we've got Colonel Allen B. West, former congressman. Anyone want to do a bit of research on this guy?
...institution of government. And it's about a philosophy of governance that says that you are a free individual, or a philosophy of governance.
Plato also thought the world was flat, you know? But then again, that probably appeals to the kind of people who watch this fucking video.
You're serf and you're subject.
We have inalienable rights just by virtue of being human. And so their primary responsibility as the government is to protect those rights.
These aren't rules to govern.
I wonder how often we're going to see that civil rights attorney in this documentary again. Because that was like a small snippet. Yeah?
Me, they're rules to govern the government. Like what you are and are not allowed to do to me.
We are constitutional republic with a representative
Yeah, that's right, Astrid, yeah.
democracy, so people do vote, but we have a separation of
Yeah, that's right, Willadi. Yeah, the Greeks never saw themselves aligned with Europe, yeah.
Eat you for lunch, the Supreme Court can say, no, you cannot.
And how do you protect the minority from the majority? You write down a set of rules on a piece of paper. You say, this we can do, that we cannot.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
At the top of the paper, you write the word Constitution. And then everyone agrees to follow the rules no matter what the temptation. And when you
Shut the fuck up, man.
A constitutional republic.
So ridiculous. Like, I love that this guy has, like, taken this old idiot from the 1960s and is saying shit like, you know, Plato was executed for corrupting the youth. Well, Plato was a pedophile. You know, they were all pedophiles, weren't they? Like all these philosophers. So it's funny that they're like, you know, should we do what the fucking you know? Should we do what the right do to us? Just be like, hey, listen, man, you defended a bunch of pedos and groomers there. You know that, right? Yeah, fuck Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, all the founding fathers were racist as fuck, right? They all owned slaves, you know?
The republic is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind.
Now, we hear a lot of talk today about right-wingers, left-wingers.
Oh, that guy was the chair of the Texas Republican Party. Thank you, PBP. Yeah, okay. So they got this, like, one guy who was, like, a piece of shit Republican. They're like, I don't like the system. It voted out Donald Trump. It was really bad.
Moderates. The political spectrum concept, if it has any meaning at all, is a measurement scale showing all the variations in government. Now, the extremists at the zero end would be those who advocate no government at all, the anarchists. The extremists at the other end would be those who...
It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's like, yeah, incoming horseshoe theory. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, chat, right? So it's like anarchists, and they want no government at all. Right, but what does that mean, though? What does that mean? Because it's not true, actually. Most anarchists want government, but of the people, right? So people to govern themselves. That's what anarchists want. So fundamentally, we're misrepresenting what anarchists want, right? We're on TV.
And who are they? Well, the communists, of course.
What? Bro, communism has always been a fucking stateless, moneyless society. What do you think that a state is? What do you think a state is?
But also the Nazis, the fascists, no matter what they may call themselves, if they
it's absolutely incredible.
Advocate total government control over the people. They are
So what this guy is saying is that everybody should be an anarchist, basically. I think that's pretty based.
all by definition totalitarians.
And look, I love how this guy, they're just going through all these different things. Communism, Nazism, fascism, socialism, right? What about republicanism? Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, you are like...
No matter what they may call them.
If you put an ism at the end of it, that means it's bad. Anarchism is literally a thing. Anarchism, you know? Monotheism? Commune equals nuts. That's what I'm taking from this. Yeah, me too.
If they advocate total government control over the people, they are all, by definition, totalitarians.
Yes, well done. You've identified a dictatorship. This is literally like that. What just happened then? This is like literally like the kind of stuff that kids do when they're like just figuring out what words mean, and they'll like sit at home when they're bored and they'll be like, I'm gonna write the word fascism on paper here. There's loads of words that have ism, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. I'm putting 2 and 2 together. Fascism, communism. That sounds the same. Oh wow, I've done a smart. You know what I mean? It's that level of stuff that we're dealing with here.
The debate is not between conservatives and liberals. It goes back in history long before those words were ever invented. The opposing points of view properly are identified as individualism versus collectivism.
It really isn't that simple, dude. It really isn't that simple. Like, fuck me, man. Like, the thing is, right, with people living under capitalism, neoliberalism, they love to do this black and white thinking, right? And I get that, right? It's easier to just think that there's like good or bad, right? It's easier to do that. This comes from like decades and decades of brainwashing from like religious stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's literally like, you know. That's all this comes from. It's like, you know, things are either good or bad. There's no in between. There's no discussion. There's no other things. There's no secret third, fourth, or fifth things, right? It's just such a limiting logic to use. You cannot use that kind of logic because it is illogical, right? Christianity and neoliberalism love dichotomies, right? Exactly. Puritanical nonsense.
The individualist believes that the rights of the individual must not be obliterated by the desires of the collective or the group. The collectivist, on the other hand, believes that the group is more important than the single person within it.
Right.
And that the individual must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good.
But again, this is like a very twisted version of what like most people think collectivism is. You can have collectivism based in a society that values the individual. Like, you can have that. You can have both, actually. You know?
Of the greater number. The individualists believe that every man has a personal and direct responsibility to provide first for himself, next for his family, and then for those outside his family who may be in need. The collectivist, on the other hand, declares that the individual is not personally responsible for charity, for raising his own children, providing for his aging parents, or even providing for himself, for that matter. This is a group function of the state, of government itself.
Uh-huh.
Everything we talk about, socialism, communism, globalism,
every single time they do this, I'm just whiplash. You know, I'm like, oh, fuck. Socialism, communism, and globalism, like, next to each other. It's like, fuck you, man.
Nazism, guess what? It's all collective society.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You know what I'm not gonna do? You know what I'm not gonna do, yeah? Right? I'm not gonna listen to, like, someone who is in the Falun Gong about like what Nazism, communism, globalism is. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that, man. You know? Mr. Strimmer, you have spread a mistruth earlier that the ancient Greeks all believed the earth was flat. I didn't say that though, did I? I didn't say that all the Greeks believed the earth was flat. Well, maybe I did, actually. I don't know. I can't quite remember. I thought I said that Plato said that the world was flat, but never mind. No, of course it's not true. No.
Collectivism on an international level is essentially known as globalism, which is often promoted as a framework for unity and sustainability. Under the guise of philanthropy, the leaders of the globalist movement leverage every possible crisis to advance their plan to replace national sovereignty with a one-world government.
Silly Billyism.
We are confronted with so many crises simultaneously. What does it need to master the future?
Conservatism, right.
It is the globalists who are behind the destructive new methods of control, like
There it is, chat. It's blood libel, anti-Semitism, straight up.
ESG, the acronym for
globalism, and here's a bunch of capitalists doing the globalism, right?
Mental, social, governance. Similar to China's social credit score, ESG is a ranking system that tracks a company or country's carbon footprint, as well as its commitment to diversity and inclusion.
Carbon footprint.
ESG score can lead to severe consequences, including reputational damage, legal and regulatory actions, and loss of investors and bank credit lines.
Yeah, but none of that happens, does it? None of that happens, right? Sorry if it was discussed earlier, but the social credit score thing was walked back, right? Wait, oh yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, they don't actually like do that. It's just banks that do it. Yeah. And again, like, you know, gender and inclusivity, diversity, you know, you have to do all that stuff. Like, none of these companies suffer at all from getting any of that stuff wrong. You know?
Within the last decade, numerous nations and thousands of major brands have been coerced to adapt to the ESG program. And
Shut the fuck up, dude. The people who were talking about that shit have, like, so many shit. They're on the boards of all of these companies. Are you joking me, dude? Are you joking me?
Many of them are paying the price.
Go on, how? Let's see.
The World Economic Forum published an article on its website entitled, "How We Will Make Sri Lanka Rich by 2025.
All right, let's take a look at this.
That article was removed once it became known that food prices in Sri Lanka had nearly doubled and that millions of their citizens were facing starvation.
Right. This was ultimately an attempt at a revolution from a capitalist neoliberal state. Right? All these people, the majority of them, were leftists. Yeah? We covered this on Red Planet. We covered this on Red Planet when it was happening. There were people talking about, like, setting up, like, a fucking communist state after this. Yeah, we spoke about this on Red Planet as it was happening. We reported on it every week because it was very exciting for the people of Sri Lanka that they would have a revolution, right? And then, you know, they're talking about the World Economic Forum as if they're the communists. It's so, like, anyone from Sri Lanka, yeah, who watches this fucking video is going to turn it off at this point. They'll be like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're talking shit, man. Do you know what I mean? Even if they believed all the other stuff leading up to this, literally just going to be like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're on about. Literally don't know what you're on about, bro.
Now, what caused this? Farmers protested and asked the government to work with them on slowly improving farming practices to be more environmentally friendly rather than implementing harsh bans. But the government was more interested in maintaining...
Hang on a minute. So they wanted more environmentally friendly farming stuff. And Sri Lanka the government wasn't giving them that. So that stuff about being green and, you know, having like a carbon footprint and shit like that, you know, like looking after the environment. So that's all bollocks then, is it? Yes, it is. It's bollocks. They weren't forcing Sri Lankans to be environmentally friendly, and that's why they had a fucking, you know, a revolution. Come the fuck on, man.
ESG score with its creditors like BlackRock. As a result, food production dropped drastically, with farmers expecting crop losses of 85%. The country had to begin spending money on importing food when it was previously self-sufficient. Sri Lanka is a cautionary tale. What's happening there could be a foreshadowing of what's in store for us if we don't take heed and learn some lessons.
The Dutch government was one of the first to sign on to the ESG system. Dutch farmers pleaded that the rush to adapt to extreme new regulations would result in the destruction of the country's food supply.
The Netherlands are almost the world's largest exporter of agricultural products. How did that happen? What's that got to do with anything?
The Netherlands is the second largest agriculture exporter in the world, earning the title of the tiny country that feeds the world.
Yeah, but like, we know that that's not entirely true, right? We know that Ukraine is actually one of the countries that like feeds the most of the world. Yeah, maybe the Netherlands like feeds a lot of the imperial core.
A collapse of their system could trigger a global food crisis. Yet, the Netherlands Prime Minister continued to persecute Dutch farmers until they were forced to revolt.
Did you see those flags? Right? Did you see those flags?
Until they were forced to revolt.
What are those flags, everyone? do we know who those flags are? That is legitimately just like, I'm just gonna get some footage of anything. Do you know what I mean? I'm just gonna get footage of anything, man. And I'm just gonna throw it in my fucking documentary. I don't care if it looks stupid or if it doesn't make sense. You know? Extinction Rebellion, if you don't know who they are, they're a group, a worldwide group that basically, you know, they're against climate change and they're against, like, you know, big businesses profiting off the suffering of, you know, people due to the climate crisis. So, interesting. Yeah.
Where do you find still such a prime minister in the world? You find it in the Netherlands, and it's Mark Rutte.
The fucking Jaws music, are you joking?
And remember, too, the Netherlands is the pilot program of the World Food Hubs, and the World Economic Forum has assigned to the Netherlands what they call this Global Secretariat, using, ironically, a communist term for it.
Did he just admit to doing that?
Call this Global Secretariat, using, ironically, a communist term for it.
Klaus Schwab's
Damn, if it sounds communist, then it definitely is, right?
golden pin-up boy, Prime Minister Mark Rutte, is busy fulfilling the agenda of the World Economic Forum's Great Reset by turfing farmers off their own land.
Perhaps the most important lesson I've learned in my years as Prime Minister of one of the world's most outward-looking trading countries.
They use this word in the USSR, therefore it's just like the USSR. It is, isn't it?
Is that national interests are often best served by international cooperation.
Hang on a minute. Did he genuinely say international cooperation, or did he say international corporations?
Schwab has sold this idea because they're up
Who's this guy?
against the wall.
Martin, he keeps putting pictures of himself in his fucking documentary. I can't. Why is it necessary for us to see your face, Mikki? Why is it necessary for us to see your face?
Schwab has sold this.
So this guy is the CEO of Armstrong Economics, right? So first of all, he is in charge of a made-up business about a made-up thing, right? It's a made-up thing, economics, isn't it? Economics is the study of how money works, and money is a made-up thing. So he's just a rich guy. This guy's just a rich guy. He's a billionaire, probably.
Because they're up against the wall. Okay, you have all these governments.
Bro, why do we need that shot of him nodding? Yes, I agree.
Basically broke. So what will happen is if they defaulted, then all the people have lost their pensions, they've counted on it, and they're going to be storming their palaces with pitchforks. Schwab has sold the idea that well, we go towards Marxism and you can still retain power.
Bro, what are you talking about? That's nothing to do with Marxism, bro. I'm fucking losing it.
None of these net zero climate schemes work without massively disrupting or even destroying the lives of the little people.
If you think about what created wealthy people wealthy.
Wait, what did you say? The Dutch Farm Ministry put total agricultural exports at 95 billion, mainly because of increased exports of agricultural products of foreign origin. Makes sense since Netherlands is a shipping giant. Yeah, it's that link that you put in the chat. Yeah.
Throughout the many years of our human history was the ownership of land, and you have government.
Whoa! What did you just say? Not what did you just say, but like what did that say that you were? The text on the screen? Oh, come on, man. The Quack Brothers, entrepreneurs, podcast hosts. You know, chat, I hope one day that I'm asked very, serious questions that I'm expected to be the expert of and be on like a, some kind of documentary and just have the thing like DJmuel, podcast host, podcast co-host, live streamer, and that will definitely validate my bullshit that I'm about to say.
And you have governments right now that are looking to take ownership of real estate, and it's happening everywhere. And you have this movement of...
So, when they're saying taking ownership of real estate, yes, this is like a thing that's happening, right? But it's not to communism it. It's so that they can collect rent. Are you joking? You know what I mean? We're talking about individuals who are, wanting to expand their landlord portfolio. That's what they're doing in terms of taking real estate. You know what I mean? If we're talking about nationalizing farms, right, or whatever, then yeah, cool. But if that was actually happening, then it would be a good thing.
Individuals kind of going hey, people should never profit off of real estate. And unfortunately, that ideology is what the government is using to take control.
Is it?
If we look at data from 2001 to 2015, there is a slow and steady trend towards more corporations owning single-family homes, apartments, office spaces.
Bro, that is because... Right, so listen, fuck me, man. That is just corporate landlordism. That's all that is. That's fucking corporate landlordism. They keep talking about money and greed without ever confronting the concepts. It's right in front of them. I genuinely fucking, I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind, man.
Less and less individuals actually owning real estate. Blackstone Group actually recently raised a record of $50 billion to take homes from American families.
During the pandemic.
Damn, that sounds bad. Maybe we should not do that. Maybe we should give everybody a home,
When all people were ordered to lock down indoors, why did governments around the world make exceptions?
Corporations are buying all the houses, which is evidence that the government is doing a communism. Yeah, they're sort of the way that they're thinking, right, in this documentary is that they're thinking okay, so the World Economic Forum is trying to persuade people to be more inclusive and have more diversity and stuff like that. But also, the corporations that they're forcing to do this are buying everyone's home. So that's communism. Bro, they're private corporations. What are you on about?
For mass protests. We've all heard the term fire sale. In this case, it's not a metaphor. When the community is damaged by protests, the value of local properties plummet. Investors then gobble up the devalued real estate for pennies on the dollar.
Yes. And?
In many cases, the leaders of the decimated communities receive kickbacks for allowing this transfer of wealth.
Big companies and investment firms swooping in and buying up some of the only affordable homes in your neighborhood.
The more you have individuals not own their own home, the more you have individuals...
Whoa, what was that?
Homes in your neighborhood.
The more you have...
Corporate landlords threaten evictions. But I thought you said that what Mao did to landlords was bad.
Individuals not own their own home, the more you have individuals not financially independent, creates more dependence on big.
It's just so sad. It's just so sad because like some people watching this will genuinely be oblivious to like why this is happening, and they'll be drawn into this like fundamentally harmful ideology that like communism is not the answer to this. You know what I mean? Hey Johnny, how's it going? Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Johnny, please?
Big financial corporations that profit off of mass people. So we are going towards a world where the people are owning nothing. I always say, like, if we don't own anything, well, who does?
Bill Gates, business magnate, software developer, philanthropist, nation's largest farmland owner. Gates owns nearly 270,000.
Yeah, he does. He owns a lot of land, which is why he needs to not own that land and exploit the farmers who work on there, you know?
The reinstitution of Marxism where, you know, communism owned all the property.
They straight up say it, dude. They straight up say it. They're not even like laughing. They're not even laughing. They're like, yeah, no, it's communism, man. These corporations like owning all this land, that's communism, bro. This is fundamentally capitalism. There is nothing communism about this. They're going to say the theory of communism may be summed up in a single sentence and it's going to say something dumb, right? But it's not, because we all know. They've even got like the Communist Manifesto here, and you can get this. You can find the Communist Manifesto and you can read it. Yeah? You can read it. You know? And it'll say, we want a stateless, moneyless. What's the other thing? No money, no state. Forgotten. I've genuinely forgotten what it is. No class. There you go. No class, right? We want a classless, stateless, moneyless society. Thank you, right? You know? The argument that they're trying to make is that it's corporate communism. It's so funny, man. It's like completely absurd.
In his Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx wrote, the theory of...
I love that they always forget Engels existed, right? They always forget that Engels existed. Like, Engels wrote this with Marx.
Communism may be summed up in a single sentence. Abolition of private property.
Yes, but corporations are private entities, you fucking plum! You actual plum! You actual fucking plum! Like, are you kidding me, dude? Oh, damn. They got a picture of Karl Marx looking evil. Karl Marx didn't look anything like this, by the way. They also had like an image of Mao Zedong that didn't look anything like him either earlier. And maybe he just like got some of his like actor friends who like are doing pretty bad at the minute and say, hey, you want something for your portfolio? Could be Karl Marx. And just look angry in my video, please.
Karl Marx was a German philosopher and social theorist who lived in the 1800s. He is the co-author of the Communist Manifesto, which has been referred to as the Bible of Communism. His theory...
It has never been referred to as that. It's 15 pages long. It's never been referred to as that.
Theories of class conflict and dialectical materialism were instrumental in shaping socialist and communist movements worldwide. Joseph Stalin, Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, Mao Zedong, Che...
Whoa! What are you talking about? What are you talking about Trotsky for? Trotsky wasn't in charge of fucking anything. He got murdered. What are you on about, bro? What are you talking about? Also, like, Che Guevara, he didn't look anything like this. Why don't you just use an actual picture? I don't understand what's happening.
Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, Kim Jong-un, Hugo Chavez...
Whoa, whoa! Kim Jong-un is not a communist. He's a Juche. That's the ideology of fucking North Korea. Did they forget that Kim Jong-il existed as well?
Nicolas Maduro and many...
What do you want? Nicolas Maduro, bro.
Other communist revolutionaries have cited...
Are they all... They must be AI-generated images. They must be. They must be.
Marxism as the foundation of their political ideologies. Marx rejected all concepts of God, as well as the traditional family. According to...
Well, yeah, he was, you know, with Engels, wasn't he? You know?
Members of his own family, Marx was emotionally, verbally, and physically abusive. His
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to talk about the guy that invented capitalism? You know? They forgot to say that Marx was Jewish. That was an easy anti-Semitism they could have done, right? They could have done, yeah. They could have got that in there. You know? The art style is very AI. They all have the same waxy sheen. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's like, look, we're talking about the 1800s. This is not a guy that said that feminism was good. This is not a guy that said that. So, like, you know, again, like, you know, emotionally, verbally, physically abusive. So what? He had a family or he didn't have a family? Like, what are you talking about? Like, so, you know, members of Karl Marx's own family said he was verbally, physically abusive. Yeah, like most people in most nuclear families at that time, most men would do this to their families, you know? Yeah, like my fucking, not even my great-granddad, my granddad was all of those things as well. Do you know what I mean? One of them anyway.
wife, Ginny, was plagued by depression, which was compounded by Karl's adulterous impulses and his inability to provide for his children.
Damn, so what you're saying is that the patriarchy is bad, actually, and men shouldn't treat women like that. Got you, man. Pro-feminist message. Love that. Let's go.
Despite his privileged upbringing and formal education, Karl Marx was often unwilling to work and instead relied on the
Marx was also, like, fundamentally racist in many ways and didn't understand, you know, intersectional politics or identity politics or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, we can all say these things, you know, most leftists are quite open to, like, admitting these things and saying, like, yeah, they were bad, actually. We shouldn't, do you know what I mean? We shouldn't live our life like Karl Marx did. That would be bad, actually, for women and children and all that stuff. You know what I mean? I also don't understand how it's even relevant. They're just trying to, like, paint this guy as, like, the worst guy ever. And you know what they're going to come with next, don't you? Because they're talking about the family unit. You know what they're going to come with next, don't you? They're gonna come to, like, the left is trying to destroy the family unit. That's what they're going for.
Of friends and family.
In 1943,
oh, this, like, fake audience.
The following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating..."
Bro. They would not let any communication from Russia and communists into fucking America at that time. You are taking the piss. You are completely incorrect, right? There wasn't some, like, oh, the international broadcast from Russia translated directly to you from American Communist Broadcast Center, blah, blah, blah. It didn't fucking happen. What you want about? It's like a made-up thing.
Label them as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic.
No, this didn't happen.
In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us.
Here we go. They're going to say the left calls everyone a Nazi and that's why you should fuck them off. They're going to call you anti-Semitic for watching this video. Yes, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know?
With those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition...
Joseph Stalin, famous social justice warrior. He loved Jews, didn't he? He loved Jews. He was very much about fighting anti-Semitism, wasn't he? Joseph Stalin. Oh, yes. The Jews in Russia will tell you that.
Become fact in the public mind.
The founding fathers were racist, misogynist, fascist.
Yeah, I'm down, Adnan. I'm down.
On the far right, anti-Semitic, xenophobic,
transphobic,
Uncle Tom's white supremacist, domestic terrorist, neo-Nazi organizer, Nazis.
You are an anti-vaxxer.
Anti-vaxxers.
You know, just have like a whole bunch of clips about people saying the word racist and fascist. Just get a whole bunch of clips of that, right? I tell you what we should do, yeah? We should get a whole bunch of clips of people saying the word woke and communist and far left and extreme left and regressive left. We should do that, shouldn't we? Because I bet you a fucking shit ton of dough that there will be far more of that than this. you know?
Racist? Racist? A racist. Name calling is their #1 bullying tactic, and they apply it unremittingly.
Here we go! Here we go! Leftists with dyed hair and pronouns, blue hair and pronouns.
Something they find unacceptable or offensive.
Wait, hang on a minute. So do they agree with us that the police beating people up is bad, or do they not? I don't understand.
As early as 1928, the communists declared that the racial differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric. By constantly probing and straining at this one spot, they calculated that eventually the cloth could be torn apart and that Americans could be divided, weakened, and perhaps even set against each other in open combat.
Here's the thing, man. That might be true. That might be fucking true. Yeah? Because I know that Lenin, I think, in particular, had, like, some things to say about, like, slavery, and Marx was talking about slavery as well, and shit like that, yeah? Just make that the same clip, but of neocons using pronouns. Yeah, definitely. And at the end of the day, like, you know, destroying the fabric of America is good, actually, because it's a fucking illegitimate state based on genocide and slavery, right?
They said in no unmistakable terms that the Negro people, because of their social status and their predominant working class composition, offered greater revolutionary possibilities than any other cross-section of the population.
Yes, true and based. I agree. And I think that, like, at that time, definitely. And, you know, this is also, like, shitting all over the civil rights movement and shitting all over black people that, like, really were in the very thick of fighting for their rights. And, of course, that's a fundamentally communist thing to do. Do you know what I mean? Trying to free yourself from the shackles of oppression. It's completely related. You know what I mean? It's fucking literally like, you know, all workers, all working class people struggling against their oppression. You know what I mean? That's the true intersectional, you know, way to sort of like unite everybody, right?
How do we get out of this mess? Revolution, nothing less. Revolution, nothing less. Revolution, nothing less. Revolution, nothing less.
Yes, the struggle for revolution in capitalism is still happening because, you know, people are still suffering. Like, what is your point here? You know? All right, awesome. Excuse me. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Nothing less.
The communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers.
Yeah. Like, again, they're using this, like, actual valid struggle against police brutality, and they're using it for their, like, message that, like, no, communism has infiltrated our world. Oh, no.
To justify violence, they have to be able to claim that they're liberating people. And if people are to be liberated, then it's necessary to go through the motions, at least, of pretending that they have a right to form a nation of their own.
Well, there's no pretense to that. There's no pretending. Sorry, there is a pretense to that, right? Because, yeah, why shouldn't you have a nation of your own? A nation governed by people for people. Yeah? How long until this documentary cites MLK without acknowledging his socialism? Uh-huh. No worries, Shafiq. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you, as always, my good friend. Take care, yeah?
The Communist Party called for their liberation, to break away from the United States and to set up their own nation within our borders.
Activists.
Oh my God, they're doing the ZAD. It's not the ZAD. What was it? The zone. Oh fuck, I can't even remember. I can't remember in Seattle. What was it called? Like the free. Oh God. Oh, the Chaz. That's what it was called. Chaz. Yeah. It's also framing all this as white concepts being placed onto black American communities by white ideologues, ignoring any black presence there. Exactly. Because, you know, well-behaved black people would have never revolted against the state. No. They would have dealt with the Jim Crow and the racism, and, you know, they would have just put up with that because they were good. You know what I mean? It's fucking fucked. So fucked.
Control a barricaded area. It's been called an autonomous zone.
They want it to be free of capitalism, state authority, and police.
To take the United States, all of the United States, it'll be necessary...
There we go, Antifa. It's Antifa, folks.
They say to involve white people as well as black, and in general, to escalate the revolution in America from race war to class war.
Yes! Hell yeah! Let's fucking go!
Feed the rich and feed the poor. This is class war.
I don't know why, like, so it's so funny. Eat the rich and feed the poor. And, you know, they're talking about the rich, aren't they? I have no idea. Like, people must just watch this and have this, you know, completely like, yeah, whatever. I don't, you know. I'm just watching it because I want to watch it. You know what I mean? It confirms my bias. Like, look, you know, they're talking about the World Economic Forum. Do you think that the people in charge of the World Economic Forum are not rich? Do you think the billionaires, the actual fucking billionaires who are going to Davos are not rich? So what is it, man? Do you like rich people or do you not? His editing got so lazy he accidentally let actual arguments in. I think this is a thing that we should like say at this point in the deconstruction of this, because again, people might watch this VOD, people who are like interested in hearing like an actual argument against it and stuff like that, right? This guy thinks you are a rube. He thinks you're a fucking idiot. He thinks that you will like eat up whatever fucking slop he serves. None of this has any basis in facts or reality or truth, right? There are tiny grains of truth, as I've said, that are in there that is designed to bring you in and fucking exploit you, yeah? So that you'll go to his fucking, film festival, so that you'll buy all of his fucking shit, so that you'll like, talk about how good he is and give him social capital and all that kind of stuff, right? This is the fucking thing. So, all goes back to the temporarily embarrassed millionaire mindset. Yeah. Listen, chat, here's the thing. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is I'm not going to force you to watch any more of that. Right? That's the good news. The good news is you don't have to watch any more of that. Don't worry. Stream is over. But the bad news is that we will be finishing this on Thursday, because don't forget, tomorrow it's fucking Trash Bingus. Oh my god, what's Trash Bingus, I hear you say? Well, I play a bunch of terrible games and you could be in with a chance of winning a good one. So come along and play a different kind of bingo with me tomorrow, and we will indeed have a great time. As for now though, you don't need to go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and raid one of my good friends. I would normally like go a little bit longer tonight, but I'm doing a whole, I'm trying to look after myself. I'm trying to not do too much. I've been out and I've been shopping today and I'm already feeling like a bit tired, so I should chill and just go to sleep. But yeah, we are gonna go ahead and raid a cool streamer friend. Tina2 is a pretty base streamer, so let's go ahead and show some love to Tina2. I don't know much about her, but she's like a leftist and shit like that, and yeah, I think I got the right account. I think I got the right account right there. But yeah, she's pretty based from what I know. I know that someone has previously said Tina's pretty cool, so let's go show her some love. Fellow friend, comrade, let's go and show her some love. Right, yeah, I will be back tomorrow with Trash Bingus, as I said. So please join me there. If not, I'll be back on Thursday for the finishing of this particular bit or whatever. This crit. Thank you so much for all the donos today. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for just being in chat, and thank you for lurking as well. If you've been lurking, I really appreciate you. Also, if you've been watching this VOD on the VOD channel, please like, comment, subscribe. It really helps me out. Share, tell your friends, all that kind of stuff. If you can't go for 24 hours without me, that's completely understandable. Check out my socials. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Instagram. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Patreon. I've got a VOD channel that's also on YouTube, djmuel full streams, and I'm on TikTok as well. So I'll see you there. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. Mwah! Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.
On dad's side.